pretty ambitious call, I guess. So with universal basic income, our belief is that technology today is advanced enough to actually enable UBI. I had a conversation with ChatGPT a few weeks ago, as I've been doing research with friends and asking how much money would you need to have your basic needs met that would require you to not work, and that you could work becomes a passionate activity. You draw, you create, you dance, you do whatever because your basic needs are met. And in the analysis that I've been gathering, the number that people seem to land on is $2,500 in the research that I've been conducting. Some people much higher, some people much lower. And so then I asked ChatGPT if we were to give everyone $2,500 around the world, how much would this cost on a monthly basis? And it was everyone above the age of 18. And the answer was 2.3 trillion something. And then the next question I asked is, and how much money do we make in the economy globally today? And the answer was about 7 point something trillion. And so factually, it looks like we can be able to redistribute money today quite efficiently to enable us to arrive at this idea of universal basic income that in some minds feels very utopic. So that's just a high-level conversation that I was having. You need to ensure that every person in the network is a unique person and that you're not giving someone 10,000 times because they're able to create 10,000 accounts. And then how do you do that in a privacy-preserving way? Then we landed in the technology that we built. I'm sure we'll talk a lot more as the session goes, but that's a quick intro.
All right, thank you so much, Wangeshi. I'll go to Jeff, a minute of what what ABC is all about.
So the Africa Blockchain Center, MOSO, we focus on capacity building in blockchain engineering. And our key vision is to train 10,000 students or guys in the youth, MOSO, in the next 5 years. Our key four pillars, capacity building and blockchain as a service, product development, incubation, where we support companies across Africa, and research and development, because everything that we do within the company and across the 6 African countries, including the UK and the US as well, is purely powered by research and development, and I'm glad to engage this panel.
Thank you so much. Trevor from AlphaBlock.
Thanks. I'm Trevor, CEO, co-founder of AlphaBlock. And the story of AlphaBlock is basically a story of trying to create wealth for the developing world. Americans had the opportunity in the 60s to buy real estate for the price of a shoe. But now the price of real estate has gone up significantly. But luckily, those people who had parents that bought real estate for the price of a shoe in the 50s or 40s now had a house that's worth a car. And then now us, this generation, who, let's say if you're American, you're sitting on wealth because your parents now are handing over something that's worth your whole, home. And this is what's happening to real estate. Real estate just keeps going up and up and up. And because that's never going to stop, it's always going to become harder to access real estate as a wealth-building asset. So we're trying to fix that problem by enabling people to invest in real estate at a fraction. And that, from an African perspective, we only have about 10% in Nigeria and 15% in Kenya of people who own real estate. So we want to change that narrative and create an environment where people can actually use real estate to create and build sustainable wealth, and then of course hand that over to the next generation, so that we don't have this story of needing handouts and we're just literally self-sufficient in our own ways.
All right, thank you so much, Trevor. Faiza from CryptoHub.
Thank you. So my name is Faiza Nasirian. I'm a founder of CryptoHub KE. We are simply a path to Web3. So what we do is we're able to equip individuals with different skills, like how to communicate in the Web3 space, how to write your emails, how to get partners, how to really position yourself for the for these new technologies and other emerging technologies. So yeah.
All right. I believe we've got, what everyone is doing here, and today's chat will be focusing on, improving user onboarding and accelerating adoption of Web3. And I'd like to shoot my first question to Jeff. And user onboarding is crucial for widespread adoption of Web3 technology. So what major barriers or challenges do users face when getting into Web3?
Well, I'll give a slight story in an initiative that we're doing, cutting across SSI, or Self-Sovereign Identity, and how we can be able to support students across Africa with a scholarship fund. And what we noticed was there's this onboarding process that we're doing with a couple of engineers across the US. And what was unique was, let's say that you have to, for example, have a Yoroi wallet, then connect to the platform, then that gives you access, and then you have to download an app, and then so the key aspect is we're still in the process of making sure that the onboarding process is much more seamless across different platforms. Because first of all, it starts with a bit of knowledge as well. Because if I tell you, okay, go to the website, connect a wallet, where is the wallet? What does the wallet do? And how am I able to connect it so that I get access as well? And I think that's the biggest challenge, honestly. And if we're able to make sure that at least there's some content that we can be able just to share for guys just to understand, or even short tutorials on YouTube or platforms where people can access, so that at least they can be able to get access to these platforms. Make it, whether it's ReFi, DeFi, Metaverse, even platforms driven by smart contracts, side chains, so on and so forth. But then again, the key aspect is just making sure that at least there's some content.
All right. Like Wangeshi to also give us a bit more on that. We've seen WorldCoin, in a lot of malls trying to do user onboarding. So let's get to hear part of that.
Question on what are some of the barriers. So education is one. People don't know. I think trust is another. There's been a lot of harmful projects in the space that have made people very reserved. I think the other is simplicity and UX, so the steps that you're talking about. And so we try to solve for these big challenges. So simplicity, one, we have the World app, and we try to design it in such a simple way, and also make it interoperable. So we just migrated to Optimism so that you can move across chains, enabled P2P so that you can move your USDC, your Bitcoin into M-Pesa very simply, and that makes it easy for users who are familiar with tools. So we've tried to make it very seamless and easy, so simplicity. And then trust. So trust is a big deal, and for us, we decided we're just going to show up, and we're going to be in malls, and we're going to set up a physical presence, and you're going to see us today and tomorrow and next month. And if it takes 6 months, 1 year to convert you or to help you see that we are not fraudsters who are trying to take advantage of you, then that's what we'll do. And it's been a difficult road. It's been quite the journey. A lot of narratives. And then for us also, given the fact that we have this biometric component, which is how we do the verification of humanity and ensure that we're registering someone only once. Of course, when we talk about doing an iris scan, the first reaction is, whoa, that's a lot. And we understand. And there's also a lot of skepticism, and there's Huduma number, which was something that took place here. So we understand there are a lot of concerns. We've focused on education. We've focused on educating the teams that are in the malls, so running trainings, running online courses, and then within the app, our focus was also education. So we implemented Learn to Earn. So not asking anyone for anything and simply saying, come learn. Come learn. We had really short tutorials. Bitcoin was invented in 2000 by Satoshi Nakamoto, and you complete one tiny tutorial and you receive $1. You complete a tiny Ethereum tutorial and you receive $1. And that became how we invited people into the network, because we're simply saying, we understand this is foreign, this is new, and so we need to educate you, we need to make it simple, and we need to win your trust, and that takes time. We've also done a lot of work with regulation, with policy, and we still need to do so much in terms of education to inform people. But on trust also, the fact that we've built our technology as open source. World ID is now completely open source. We've also broken down all the components within the orb. So the biometric device, about 98% of it is fully open source. And so we come from, you don't need to trust us, here's all the information, here's all the data, go verify. And then also, you don't need to join the network, but just being present and speaking and engaging and showing up.
All right. I believe a lot of users or a lot of our audience have a lot of questions on that. We can write them down. We'll get to talk about user privacy and maybe, get to tell us more on that. Still on the challenges, I believe you've addressed most of them, but Faiza, maybe this to you. How can, these challenges when you're doing user onboarding be sort of addressed? What have you seen? What do you recommend? Yeah.
I think Jeff mentioned it earlier. An easy, seamless, frictionless, onboarding process. I'm not sure, I'm not a developer, but I'm looking at some wallets that do not actually have this complex onboarding process. Like, you have to do seed phrases, you have to do, it becomes quite difficult for a new, to even onboard a new user, because I'll give my story. Remember, the first wallet I was introduced to was a Trust Wallet. I did not know, actually, I was supposed to keep the seed phrases safe. No one told me about it. I just came to learn on the way. And, funny thing, I took the seed phrases because I was asked to keep them, safe. I wrote them in a paper, don't judge me, and put them on my wall in my sitting space. And I would have visitors, And after a time, I lost it, and I couldn't recover my Ethereums. So I feel like at times, we need an easier, a frictionless. I don't need to go through, in the first phase of onboarding, a user should not go through that whole thing. Maybe it could come later, or maybe just like really better security features for a newcomer. Yeah.
All right. I think still on that, having done quite a number of meetups and met a lot of, I believe in Nairobi we have a lot of crypto, people who have, quite some knowledge with using cryptocurrencies. But when it comes to DeFi, when it comes to interacting on chain, most of the users are not necessarily that tech savvy to be able to do that themselves. So I believe that's where we have to find a compromise on something that people are exactly comfortable to use, not trying to justify exchanges, but then I believe we should look at for mass adoption. We should also look at maybe exchanges. They also come in to sort such challenges. Pfizer, you mentioned it. I believe yesterday Bright also mentioned how they lost their seed phrases. So just another take on that. And my next question would be to Trevor. You're in real estate, but I believe this sort of gets to you where you don't know necessarily which path is followed by most of the people, but what would you say is the most common path followed by most of the newbies, and how can that be changed?
Yeah, I think the perspective is two-pronged, because we have builders in the space and we have users in the space. And we've gone through major layoffs over the last 2 years because of the COVID crisis and the current economic crisis we're going through. And people are aware that we're actually going through the biggest wealth creation event of human history. And so they're like, okay, I was fired. I thought that was my dream job. And I hear guys are making money in crypto. So what's this crypto thing? The incentive is obviously coming from the perspective, this is my perspective. I've heard guys who have said that it wasn't the money that brought them into the crypto space. But from my perspective, it's the fact that there's something going on here that's changing people's lives that I need to know about. So those people who enjoy product development, enjoy marketing, enjoy software development, they're realizing, oh, I actually have a chance to do what this company was doing. Maybe they're in a fintech, maybe they're in an e-commerce business, but I can rewrite the script and do it myself like 1,000 times better. So this opportunity is coming up, and people are realizing that I have the opportunity to take my life into my own hands. So that's on the builder perspective, and that's what I believe a lot of people have been doing, and that's most likely why everyone is in this room as well. But from the consumer perspective, I've seen two perspectives that have come in where, yes, there's the money perspective. I just want to know what Bitcoin is because my friend bought Bitcoin a few years ago and now he has a new car. My colleague has been talking about Bitcoin and talking about Ethereum, and now I'm seeing WorldCoin in the mall. Hey, what's this thing? But they're also hearing a lot about fraud and how people have lost money, and unfortunately, most of the stories are like, is this thing real or is it fake? So there's the positive and negative on the consumer side in terms of how people are learning about it, but I think primarily it's coming from the fact that you can use this new magic internet money to change your life.
All right. Okay, quite interesting. I've seen a lot of guys get into the space through scams. I don't know, any one of us got into the space through scams? Like, was introduced to an investment, platform? All right. Quite interesting. Jeff, maybe, you interact a lot with newbies, and what has been the most common path being followed by them? Is it, the investment side? Is it the, trading side? Is it the dev side? Yeah.
I think the most common path is access to a new revenue stream channel. Because at the end of the day, people want to do cross-border transactions much more cheaper. They want to get full control in terms of their transactions. They want to know when a transaction is done and remitted because of the transparency aspect of blockchain technology. And they want to feel, as mentioned by the fellow panelists, trust, which is key. Recently, we've seen the hack which has been happening, across M-Pesa, KPLC, and all these other platforms that we normally use every day. And to be very keen with that conversation, it's sprung out a new conversation. And this is where that most people, 6-7 months in, just use the M-Pesa wallet to do transactions. Like the guys who didn't even have fiat currencies in their wallets. And even some even stopped carrying their wallets, they just carry their phone. Because I know with my phone I can be able to initiate any transaction, but the SDK was still operating as normal. It created a new verge, because now people are asking, okay, is this thing secure? Is my money secure? And this is now, that conversation drove new development methodologies, because now people are coming with new action to earn models, designed to earn, as we had in the metaverse conversation, learn to earn, run to earn, so on and so forth, because now people have figured out but also how can you connect it back to the real world, through either an oracle, as WorldCoin mentioned, or through multiple initiatives that can also spring out and create new behaviors as well, in our societies. Because then again, different protocols again are driven by communities. Communities are driven by psychological connections. Psychological connections bring out new initiatives, and that brings out new incentive and reward mechanisms. And I think that's the most, interesting thing as well. And I think that unique adoption strategy is creating new solutions across the world.
So majorly on the development side.
No. Digital assets.
Digital assets. All right. All right. Okay, quite interesting there. So again, my next question would be to Pfizer, and in Kenya and Africa at large, we've seen different levels of technological literacy and technological literacy. So how can we, ensure that we inclusivity for different people and accessibility for Web3 adoption?
All right. So, first of all, we have to acknowledge that Africa has, or Kenya in particular, has really done major developments, because that's why we have all the major, international coming. When they think about Africa, their first step is Kenya. So, first of all is education and creating awareness. Already that is happening. We have so many clubs that are, so many small groups that are actually, bringing themselves together, and not just, these are clubs from, individuals who have actually taken it upon themselves, their responsibility to just really be able to build this ecosystem. For example, we have Web3 clubs in Kenya. I've also seen Celo. They're actually driving, bringing, people together to be able to, build on the ecosystem. And that's still, education and even Mara Foundation and Circle, they have a developer, they have developer initiatives where they're going around campuses, they're going around. So you see already we have people and organizations coming together to make sure that, everyone is included in terms of, getting the right information. So I would love to really appreciate actually the individuals who are taking it upon themselves to actually make sure that education is, widely spread across Africa. Yeah.
All right, so the key thing I think I got there is mainly, putting out information out there through education. But, Jeff, would you have any other, option for users to be joining?
Well, I think communities is key as well, because then again, and if you think about it, we keep on saying, capacity building, learning, education, so on and so forth. But then again, even if I go online and read about this, I still won't understand. And you see, that's the truth, because with the technology as well, also looking at quantum computing and photonic computing as well, it's it's a way in which how can I, if I'm able to understand the concept and then I break it down to somebody else by the community, the information is transferred much more faster across everyone compared to just me going, reading or just going to the mall, or just reading this information, because I might read it, yes, I might understand it, yes, but I won't get the key points that means or validates why I need to use this technology. And I think that's the most interesting thing as well, and that's why people are coming up with learn to earn models, because they can incentivize you to earn, but then again, it's more even powerful, having the same concept in a community. And that's why you have Telegram groups, which, you have all these people sharing their opinions, sharing content, discussing, having side chats. And I think it's a powerful thing, and Africa as it is, it's on the verge of becoming a unicorn, as it is, because we have so many solutions coming up. Why? Because people have figured out that the specific problems which we can be able, using the technology, leveraging its attributes, we can be able to create solutions that can power the world as it is. And I think demystifying the content via communities is it's the right way to do it.
All right. Thank you. So community and education seem to be the major things. Anyone else with an addition? Trevor? Any addition?
Yeah, sure. I agree with him about community, and maybe the challenge you have right now is that yes, there's money going into education, but the distribution channels are not quite the right way for someone to consume this information. So for example, the reason why a lot of us know how to do some dances is because we saw our friends doing it on TikTok, and then we're like, hey, my friend looks cool, and last time they didn't try that dance. As opposed to it being a the video, whoever launched the song and the dance, and then say, here's how you dance. So if we're going to teach people about Web3 and crypto, maybe we need more influencers that have, more of a likeliness to the person that they're talking to. And that way, if it's, someone who is who owns a bakery and they're telling their customers, hey, I'm using some incentive mechanism for you guys. It's just a reward system, but it's actually an incentive mechanism for you guys to stay with me, and whether you can use this to transact on another platform. You might find better reception to the education that we're doing. And again, also we have a lot of tools coming out like AI that can really create the right type of learning modalities for different types of people. So that we have video, we have text, we have audio, and just create the right distribution channels.
All right. Thank you so much for that. So Wangechi, back to you. And earlier on, you mentioned that you have an educational model on the app where users are able to come in and learn one thing at a time. So other than, and we've seen tokenization mechanisms like learn to earn, and I believe that's one of the plays a lot of people have adopted to try and have a large number of user base. So from that perspective, other than monetary incentives, what other strategies can be used to bridge the digital divide and enable broader participation in the Web3 space?
So other than incentives,
Specifically monetary incentives.
incentives, I think utility, really embedding this technology into practical use cases, everyday use cases. So for instance, payment transfer, sending money from here to Portugal, to the US, to anywhere really, becoming very easy on-chain using crypto, but a little more difficult using our traditional banking infrastructure. So building utility, but you need critical mass and you need it to be simple so that you can enable that. Um, so WorldCoin has the proof of personhood, which gives World ID. And let me also just take this opportunity to talk about privacy because I know it's usually a big concern with us. So the way WorldCoin works and the way World ID works is you download the World app, you can use the World app without ever verifying on and off, and you can use it to SDC, store your money in digital dollars, you can use it to do transfers, and what doing does is it unlocks more features and more benefits. One of the features is this learn to earn incentive, and then the other is really the World ID. And what World ID is you'll do a scan, the orb will automatically delete that picture and only send the iris code, which is a numerical number, and we'll check, does this numerical code exist in the database? And if the numerical code, that's the iris code, does not exist, we then cryptographically generate a World ID. And what a World ID is a unique proof of personhood that says, I am unique, I am human, and I have never done this action before. The action being verifying at an orb. And there is no way to link the World ID to the iris code and back to the eye. And many people have tried unsuccessfully. And it's also why we have open sourced our technology so that people can audit this and verify. So internet infrastructure that we are enabling in the age of AI is how do you verify that someone is unique with ChatGPT and with the content and with all these AI tools? How do you put a human stamp on content? How do you ensure that when you're building digital communities that you can have spaces that are bot free? So World ID for us is really what opens a lot of use cases. You can see things like voting. We have things like voting that can be enabled. We have things like a merchant integrating to offer discounts. A website that does not need information from people, simply just allowing people to log in with their World ID and really increasing the privacy standards that we have today. And you can think about, UBI disbursements. This is a conversation that we're having with the Celo ecosystem, which is just a verification check. If you're looking at building a democratic or an interoperable credit score across multiple markets, this is something that the World ID can enable, and so many other use cases, so different utility points.
All right. So different utility. That's the main thing other than incentives. So again, back to the audience. Let's get to ask the pressing questions we have. All right, right here. Someone to get us the mic. Any other questions this side? All right.
Hi, I'm Lujan from DAFRI. I have a couple of questions, but I think the main question that I have is for the gentleman from ABC. You spoke just a little bit about quantum computing, and I wanted to know your thoughts about the power that quantum computing has to break blockchain security, since it's one of the biggest risks that we're facing. And do you think we should be building solutions for quantum resistant blockchains, or should we just keep on building the normal blockchain security as we are building it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I remember having that discussion with a professor from South Africa, and the key aspect was that the quantum realm is quite interesting because quantum computing has the capability which we're seeing now. Large language models are now built on layer 0 blockchains. We see neural networks being built on sidechains. We see big data solutions or models being built on blockchain as well. And quantum computing, the key power that it has is it has the brain power to be able to connect different silos of computation and creating a totally new correlation, which is unique as well. If you look at quantum resistance, the key aspect is that it correlates back to the cryptographic algorithm that basically is being used for different protocols. And also the consensus mechanism, or the governance framework as well. How does that look like? I'd say thinking about building quantum resistant chains, as we're seeing right now with guys building on layer 0, is quite unique because you're using, for each blockchain that you build, you're building a solution from each blockchain, whether it's a layer 1 or layer 2, you're utilizing the cryptographic algorithm, because I'm sure you don't build your own cryptography, isn't it? But then again, quantum resistance goes to the granular aspect of the compiler and the cryptography and checks, okay, how are you securing data? Because it's strong enough, it can do faster computation correlations, super fast. But then again, the key aspect isn't to break the blockchain, but it is more so how best can you layer a new layer of security on top of the initial cryptography. So quantum resistance, it's still new as well, because there's a lot of mathematical calculations being done on that round just to make sure that it's secure. But the key aspect right now is layering a new layer of security on top of the initial cryptography. It's a layer 0, layer 1, layer 2, hybrid, consortium, doesn't matter. But the key aspect is it's just layering a new layer of security. So we shouldn't be worried. Not yet.
All right. Second question right there. And anyone else with a question this side? All right. Yeah.
My name is Anne, and my question is for the gentleman from Alpha Block. So I'm a lawyer, and I'm thinking about the issues of ownership of this property. So I understand the way that it works on the blockchain, and you buy a percentage of a property and it's on the blockchain and everything. I get that. But how do you deal with regulators? How do you ascertain ownership of a physical asset? Because I don't think we have that kind of a framework in Kenya right now. So what are the practicalities that you are taking into consideration?
Yeah, excellent question. So where we are currently sitting is that the lands registry is not digital. Land titles are not digital, and so in order for you to actually be verified by the government that you're an owner on this title is through the lands registry. But what we do to solve that problem is to take that title and transfer it to an SPV. So now the SPV owns this title. This SPV could be, a large corporate that is a trust company, like a large insurance company. And then anything else that happens on top of that is where we put now the blockchain layer of ownership and the rights and all that. So then that makes it easier because you don't have to keep going to the lands registry to talk about, I want to invest $100 in this apartment. You don't have to go to the lawyer to say that I want to transfer this to my friend. It's just a touch of a button, and that's how we do it.
All right, so we are running short of time, so I'll come to your question shortly. Just a sec. Yeah, we'll come to the question shortly. So again, I believe this will go to Faiza, and basically we've seen it's been quite hard engaging the normal users, the normal, people to, especially with regard to communication. So how can we craft or have strategies that work in terms of passing down information about what's happening every day in the space?
First of all, is like bringing the language of blockchain into like having this as local conversations, because most people, when they hear about blockchain, when they hear about AI, when they hear about Web3, it's a turn off, like it scares them. So if, communities and, even organizations could come together and collaborate and be able to, it still circles around education again. So basically is having this mass, like, you see when you do something over and over and somebody gets to hear about Web3 over and over, about a certain thing over and over, it gets to sink in. So first of all, it's a process. It's not a thing that we are going to achieve soon, but definitely we are heading there. So it just really circles around education and also being able to, for us to build applications that are easy to use for them to understand. Like, I do not know and I don't understand why, I don't know if anyone is comfortable with having their money in M-Pesa. Now, when it comes to the blockchain, what if like this M-Pesa was actually deployed on the blockchain? That means there will be the fact that, I know that my funds are safe. I know that, and then the user, the UI, how I'm sending, receiving, how I'm communicating to the people within the app should be made easy. So I think also just building solutions that are tailored for, the local people. If someone in the most remote areas like Wajir, like also in my village, can be able to interact with, an application, an easy application, I think that will be easier to communicate and, to have conversations like that. So it circles around education.
Seems education and community are the key things with Web3 adoption. So back to you, Jeff. What initiatives, programs, or collaborations are being undertaken to educate and empower users about the benefits, the risks, and the practical use cases of Web3 for specifically in Kenya?
Specifically in Kenya, I'd say being keen in what's happening in the community. So, for example, airdrops. So there's this unique airdrops process where you share a piece of content, and then you do an airdrop based on how many clicks, which is interesting, because the specific community is implementing that. We also see it in Japan, Tokyo, so on and so forth. And I think it's impactful because if you look at now where we're at, as a nation, is most people already have, the basic knowledge around blockchain technology. We've done master classes, we've done multiple initiatives, across, even with my fellow panelists, and I think it's unique as well. But then again, the key aspect being, okay, what's the next level of, learning or education as well? So I think airdrops per content is unique. But then again, also making sure that you have, clarity-driven meetups. So for example, if you're saying, okay, we're talking about utility utility based on what people can understand, because the biggest issue as well in Web3 is building solutions not correlated back to a use case that somebody, a mama mboga, can understand. Somebody who has a duka can understand. Because the biggest contributors to our economy are micro, small, medium enterprises, small, medium enterprises, and small, medium businesses, which I think if we're able to connect to their language, on how we also tailor our content, I think it will be more impactful. And I see that, drive in terms of evolution and how we demystify blockchain technology.
Trevor, your take?
That's on the incentives and trying to educate the masses.
Yeah, and possible, how to get around them understanding the risks. Yeah.
Oh, understanding the risks. I think if we can get the community to give these use cases of, not the use cases, but the case studies of fraud, I think people would dig deeper into those fraud cases and be like, so that's what fraud looks like. Even though, yes, it's true that everyone is becoming smarter and smarter, but we all want to say that we know cybersecurity because our company took us through a cybersecurity training. But the moment you're hacked is when you actually know the power of needing to learn cybersecurity. So unfortunately, sometimes it requires you to get a little bit burned to really know the importance of safety and what steps you need to take to be safe. But I would say instead of getting burnt, let's take the example of those who are burnt and just learn deeper into how that happens.
All right. You mentioned, cybersecurity and security being a major concern. So maybe Wangeshi, tell us more on, Web3 being decentralized. It again introduces some security concerns and considerations. And, now how can we strike a balance between ensuring, the security, but also, not making users go through a tedious process when they are being onboarded?
Yeah, great question. And security is really a big part of how we spend our time thinking about the design and the infrastructure that we're building. So security is fraud resistance, it's the design, and it's how you design things from the very beginning. I'll give an example for how we've designed or how WorldCoin protocol and systems are designed. You have on one end the wallet, which is completely delinked from the World ID. You have the World ID completely delinked from the scans or the iris code. And so if you think about hacking, if someone were to hack, say, World ID, they get numerical codes that point to nowhere, that don't have any wallet information. If you think about the self-custodial wallet, which is what we are, that enhances security because it means that a person has full control and full access to both their private and public keys. So I think taking the path of self-custodial wallets is a great direction for DeFi. It does increase responsibility for the user because I then need to be able to remember my passwords. I then need to be able to ensure my security. But I really think it boils down to the design and the infrastructure and not thinking about security later on as you're building your project, but thinking about it at the very beginning when you're building the base layer. And how do you do that while ensuring a smooth onboarding experience? Again, it boils down to design. So how you design your infrastructure and your architecture to ensure that security is at the base level. And so when someone is coming on board, then creating a smooth experience where security is not a concern. But if you think about it after and try to introduce security after the fact, then you're gonna end up in situations that we see many companies in.
All right, especially for the founders, I've seen not necessarily just the founders, but also if you've used the mainstream exchanges, we've seen quite, the onboarding process, specifically with KYC processes and KYB, can be very tedious, or they discourage the main users. But I'd like to hear, Jeff's take on that. make it a bit seamless?
Well, so let's first diagnose the problem. So it goes both ways. So there's the key aspect where, yes, it's a tedious process because you have to, look good with the camera, selfies and whatnot. Joking. But then again, you also have to think through, okay, like Binance. So what is it worth for Binance? Well, Binance can be able to KYT, know your transaction based on all that information and be able to verify you, if you're using your seed phrase or your secret ID. But then again, I think the easiest way is on how we can be able to aggregate that information in a pictorial presentation, but in a much more secure way. And that's why we're seeing something with quantum computing around secure QR codes that can be able to give you terabytes of data if you just are able to scan it and demystify the model as well. So I think the easiest ways on how we can be able to leverage also, big data storage in blockchain like Storch or IPFS, interplanetary file systems, and how best can we be able to create a pictorial, just scan it, but get all that information is I think it's the way most exchanges and whether it's a centralized exchange, decentralized exchanges, taking up such an initiative.
All right, maybe an addition on that. Still, I believe there's, the presence of soul bond tokens should help us, not giving data out to specific, every other exchange or every other outlet, but having that token should be able to, sort of authenticate you. But also there's the issue of regulation which was brought up. But that's it. Back to Trevor. So what security best practices should users be aware of, and how can the industry address security concerns without overwhelming the users?
Yeah, security, compliance, they go hand in hand. Security and online is where people are starting to realize that it's actually my responsibility, my individual responsibility to take care of mine and my people, which could be your organization, your phone, your Netflix account. Just taking that ownership of your security needs. And once people start taking ownership, you start, whatever happens in training and education starts to actually take much more of a solid shape, because someone realizes that, hey, this email address that has a link, I think I shouldn't click on this. Let me just ask just in case. But if you don't take ownership, you're like, I think IT will deal with it. Let me just click on the link. So that's one of the most important things when it comes to security. But then also from an education perspective, creating an environment of continuous learning and continuous reminders. Because there's a reason why there's a sign in all buildings of where the fire escape is. So even organizations and communities need to create that type of framework of reminders of don't click links that you're not, that you don't trust. Make sure you have 2FA on your devices and so on and so forth. So I think that's probably where we're failing, maybe in terms of continuous engagement on security, best security practices. It's seen as a thing that you have to do. It's a tick box that you just have to get done because your regulator will check whether you've done your security training. And you do the security training, people get 40% on the assessment, and you just change that data to say that you've done security training. So yeah, that's what I would say about it.
Faiza, you have any addition?
Yeah, I think I just want to really echo what Trevor has said. When it comes to blockchain and really the Web3 technologies at large, security, we have power. We have so much power in the things that we are consuming and also the things that we can build. And just to think really about it, assume you have probably your assets or maybe some of your finances on, say, a wallet, any Web3 wallet. It is your responsibility, right? Like, look at it like this. You have $10,000 in your bank, and you wake up in the morning and the balance is $9,500. What do? What is the first thing that you do? What do? You have to call the bank. Why? Because you gave them the power. They are responsible. You need to ask them, where is my $500? That means security is, you have given the power to somebody else. I'm not attacking any bank. But when it comes on this other side, when you lose your money, you have no one to ask. So it's totally your responsibility. I have had recently, about for 1 month, I had a wallet that was compromised. I'm still trying to find out exactly how it got there, because I am a person who really like to know those security issues. So I realized that this person, I don't know who they are. Every time I deposit money into this wallet, he or she or they'll, if it's $1,000, they will take like maybe $200. And before, it took me a long time for me to realize it, you know. So sometimes you might end up clicking on links, or you might end up just getting into forums where you're asked to follow certain steps of, you know, and if you're really not careful and you don't have the knowledge, you're really going to suffer the impact and implications of security. So again, just to emphasize that security in this space and in this tech space is your personal responsibility.
Thank you for that. I believe an addition of that would be, especially for users who are using, DeFi, an understanding on what to be doing and the best practices. We need to communicate these to them. Back to you, Wangeshi. Again, back to the issue of trust. So users and their data, there's always an issue of trust. So how can we, deal with that skepticism?
Education.
Back to education.
Is about to be the next Silicon Valley of Africa. Employment for people to be able to easily on board. And, connect and have fun, as mentioned as well.
All right, and Wangeshi, a quick take so I can take our questions from the audience.
Yeah. And maybe one day they may hack your system and abuse the use of this Iris Spring.
Yeah. Thank you. Good question. So, one, we are GDPR compliant, which is the strictest data privacy law. We are also compliant with all local regulation that in all the markets that we are operational in. So licensed as data processors, data controllers here in Kenya, here in Uganda as well, where we are also operational. So yes, we've gone through regulation and gone through all the documentation prior to coming to the market. But for us, the privacy requirements that exist today we went a step above, quite a significant step above actually, what the local regulation or even global regulation looks like. So the biometric device, the iris scans. So a user will have their face scanned, and the iris code, which is a numerical number that is derived from the iris. It's not necessarily a picture. The picture is deleted automatically unless a user asks for that picture to be uploaded to help train the servers. But the default mode is that the picture is deleted. And all that is sent is an iris code. That iris code sits in a server, a database, and is a number. It's 1000 that does not point to a name, a phone number, a country. It says nothing. It's a unique number, unique to your iris. And we did a lot of research before landing on iris, and iris has very high entropy. And what that means is a lot of data points that exist within the iris that can actually distinguish 1 billion people as unique people without any other data from them. So you receive the iris code, and then when we confirm that the iris code does not exist in the server or in the database, then generate a world ID, and that world ID sits on chain. And there are two things, there are two principles by which we have designed our systems. One is data minimization, and two is data delinkage. So data minimization, completely understand, we are asking for sensitive data. But that sensitive data is, we're only collecting one. So minimizing the amount of information we're taking. So iris data, yes, it is sensitive, which is why we have the reaction that we get from the public, which is very understandable. But once people actually understand the technical infrastructure, they understand that the concern is actually very little, because if a hacker were to hack, and World ID is open source, if a hacker were to hack, you'll see numbers, and those numbers don't point to, yeah. So that's the response there. And there's also the fact that because of how we have built our systems, if you're logging in with World ID, your data is not being passed around to different applications. So there's no app tracking whatsoever, which actually very much solves for and empowers this ability for users to own their data.
All right, thank you for that, for clarifying that. Two more questions as we wind up. Please remember there's some tea at the back side. Those of us would like to have some, can feel free to go and serve over there. Next questions. Which questions do you have? And these and three. So these three, make it brief. And for my panelists, please make it brief. Less than 30 seconds, please. All right.
Mine is not a question. I think it's something to think through. I have heard you talk about regulation and policies. Initially, when blockchain was introduced, it was supposed to be decentralized, scalable, and secure. Now, when you bring the issue of centralization, regulation, it cuts the issue of decentralization. So by maybe in the afternoon, you can take this time to think through and see, do we really, if blockchain is going to be centralized, it's going to be regularized, so will it beat any logic having it regulated? What's the purpose of having regulation? We can talk about this in the afternoon.
All right, thank you for that. Right there.
My name is Brian Juguna. I'm an economist and crypto journalist with blockchain.news and the Crypto Basic. So on my question was also about the regulation. I think it's a double-edged sword. So my question was to Jeff. Recently, we saw the Ripple versus the United States exchange case, where Ripple is not a security. And we are seeing the United States is going to that line of regulation. What do you think, what can the lawmakers in Kenya borrow a leaf from in terms of regulation? As you said, South Africans are a bit friendly to the crypto space.
So I'll take you to a journey to Switzerland. Switzerland is the most advanced country when it comes to crypto adoption. They have come up with amazing incentive models that has reshaped the psychology of people to clean energy, to actually creating new innovative ways to interact, and also the regulation itself. But then again, if you look at Switzerland as a case study, and then you go down and look at regulation, we also need to demystify it as well. Because if I set 5 specific standards for your code to meet, does it mean you're centralized? No. It just means that at least your code base is secure, that people can be able to interact with, but it still activates the nature of decentralization. But it doesn't mean you're central. It doesn't mean you're consortium. It doesn't mean you're hybrid. Your solution still retains its core model, but it's just that there's specific standards for user acceptance, for people, just to make sure that people have that edge of safety and data, but it's still centralized. So I think with the Ripple case, it was quite interesting. It's still going on, I believe. But what we can borrow leaf is on how we can be able to create a framework of specific solutions. And the only way you can do that, which was a previous point in our conversation, was on partnerships and stakeholders, because you can't also do it alone. You know, it requires specific skills, specific knowledge, specific people in the room. And the reason why South Africa is leading is because they have a lot of round tables with some of the smartest people in the world in South Africa. So
All right.
I think that's something can.
All right, and the last question as we wind up.
Okay, so I'm calling Seko, founder at Hurupe Academy. So my question was, like most countries are lagging behind in crypto regulations. And on the other hand, like most startups too are going like abroad in countries where like crypto is regulated. So like, what's your take on this? And is it right for the startups like to register their companies to countries, let's say Switzerland, where the crypto is regulated?
Sorry, who do you direct the question to?
Trevor can take
Oh,
it.
Trevor.
Thanks. Everything is changing very quickly, and regulators are aware of that. Yesterday, we had on the stage we had the chairman of the Kenya Bankers Association's crypto task force, and they were talking about how the Bank of International Settlements, which is the regulator for all central banks, has also given the guidelines of how to regulate, hold, transact in crypto. So this means regardless of which country you're in, regulation is going to come eventually. So what I would just advise is if you're building a business, build a business for the problem you're trying to solve, regardless of which market you think is more friendly for regulation. Also, one of the VCs in the morning from Imago was talking about the fact that they don't really see regulation as a barrier to entry. And if VCs are also saying that, then that's a hint in terms of the stage at which we are in terms of regulation.
All right. All right.
Just
Sure.
to add on that, you see, the world has become like one village, right? I believe we should be able to work from where you see your customer base is, and just the way we work remotely as well. I believe companies should have, the opportunities to also be available wherever they would want to be. And as we go into the afternoon, I would like us to think that, decentralization did not really come to do away with centralization completely. It came to look at the issues of centralization, not to do away with it. Yeah.
All right. Great insights, and thank you so much, Faiza and the panelists, Trevor, Jeff, and Wangeshi. A round of applause for our panelists, please. And thank you so much. We come to the end of our panel, and feel free to interact with us thereafter. A quick picture, maybe.
Perfect. As they take a quick picture, let's give them a round of applause. That was such an insightful and informative session. I have learned so much from the whole panel. Thank you so much, everyone. As we break for tea, I'd like us to quickly go into our Slido link. We're going to select the masterclass that we are going to attend, and just to allow us for planning purposes so that we don't have too many people in one room, let's go onto the Slido link. If you can access that using your scanner, you can scan it at the back of your program as well, or the front of your notebook. And let's just see what classes you're planning to attend to allow us to have a little bit of organization around that. And as you do that, I'd like to also remind you that we'll have the photos in
not accurate. You can sit either side. Make sure you can sit either side. Also make sure you make use of the space in front of you. Make use of the space in front of you. George, we are waiting for you. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Educated. I like the choice of words. How else are we feeling? How are you feeling? Education applies for all of us. Excited. All right, thank you very much. My name is Shina Waswa, and I think I'll be taking us through the session this afternoon. And first, I'd like to request some just Yeah, you can see I'm not ready. And we're going to do a little exercise. I know it is from lunch, but we need to do a little exercise. I'll not ask you to jump that high. All right? All right. This is a song that all of us are familiar with, so please, I'm not a dancer myself, so follow my rules that you all do. Sawa. DJ. We know this song. Come on. All right. Let's assume we are moving, okay? Let's assume and do this. Up, down, up, down, up. Thank you so much for judging me. You can have your seats. Are we feeling better? I see people and faces looking at me and thinking, come on, after lunch? Yes, but I think it was necessary, right? Okay, because of time, I think we'll go straight to our session in the afternoon. So the sessions are going to be very few. We have 2 use cases presentations, and then we'll have an open session. We call it a baraza, but in this case, we've done it a decentralized assembly session, where we'll be talking about how to strengthen the blockchain ecosystem in Kenya. To our first presentation, I'd like to welcome on stage Ben Roberts, who is the Chief Technology Officer at the Liquid Intelligent. Ben Roberts, welcome.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'll just call as you do the slide. So, good afternoon, everybody, and happy Friday. It's nearly the weekend. Yeah, my name is Ben Roberts. I'm Chief of Technology and Innovation at Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We do a number of things, connecting fiber and data centers across Africa. They asked me to come talk here, and I said, okay, we don't do anything with blockchain and crypto, but let me talk about something that I've been working with, which is somehow linked to what we do around connectivity in Africa. So we can go to the next slide. The presentation I'm going to give today is actually it's about a project called Giga, and some of the activities that they have been doing around NFTs and blockchain, and explaining why they're doing that and the impact it's having on us in Kenya. Your next slide. So the Giga initiative is a partnership of UNICEF, the United Nations Children Foundation, and the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. And really it's about connecting schools to internet. And this particular map is a map of Brazil. And really you can see a lot of green in some parts of the country, and you can see a lot of red. And in Brazil, this is representing schools that are connected to the internet. If they're connected, they're green. If they're yellow, I think their connectivity is not so good. And if they're red, they're not connected at all. You know, they're working on solving this problem. You can see large parts of the country of Brazil is not connected, and it's very similar to what we will see here in Kenya. And go to the next. So this is the problem, really. 2.7 billion people in the world actually remain offline, although we may have some coverage where they are. They may not be accessing the internet, and the majority of those are women and girls. And 26% of the population in low-income countries are not connected. And I think in Kenya as well, although we hear about very high coverage, 96, 97% of coverage of mobile signal in Kenya, when we looked at the results from the 2019 census, we saw that the number of people who were asked, are you connected to the internet? It wasn't much higher than this, it was in the 30s, of people who, saying they have internet connectivity. So you go to the next slide. So really what the Giga project is aiming to address is to address the digital divide in a big way. The ITU have made this part of their agenda. But it's starting by focusing on connecting schools to internet. And this is a typical computer lab in a school in Kenya, in a secondary school in Kenya. It looks like this. Probably CPUs, CRT monitors, could be 15, 10 years old. And then this is a lot of, what a lot of people are using in their computer studies in high school. But the digital divide in Kenya was really exposed very much by the pandemic. Schools were closed, and although large parts of the world adapted to delivering remote teaching using Zoom, using other tools, or even where there was connectivity in schools in Kenya, people at home, the children didn't have the home at home didn't have mobile phones, didn't have laptops, devices. So really it was very much only the high-end private schools in Nairobi and other cities that ended up delivering any kind of learning at all while the schools were closed. At Liquid, we've aligned with this project with the UNICEF Giga project. We're working with them. We'd previously connected about 300 schools to internet in Kenya, and now with UNICEF we've connected another 200 secondary schools since then. But we're working with them on a global level as well, which I'll explain. But you can go to the next slide. This is explaining what the project is all about and the method of the project. So first of all, before trying to connect all the schools in the world, I showed you a map at the beginning, but the reality is that a lot of governments don't know where their schools are. We do have some good data in Kenya from previous work, open data projects and others, but other countries I'm working in, you get very sketchy information. You go and ask the ministries of education, they have a list of schools, but they don't have the locations, the positions always, the addressing systems are not there. So mapping the schools is the most important part. From that, you can make a high-level evaluation of what it will cost to connect all the schools. And then the next job is to find financing, helping governments find financing to connect schools. The words are very hard to read here, so you can see the big words. But connecting is the next step. Having found financing, UNICEF for the projects in Kenya, they found some donor financing, but they're helping governments across the world finding large amounts of financing to roll out connectivity across all schools. You can go to the next one. So anyway, this is from a UN initiative, United Nations initiative point of view. They've managed to connect 2.1 million students so far and counting. 5,500 schools have been directly connected via this project. 14 partners, plus partners, we're one of those, working in Africa. So it's busy progressing. I think they'd like it to go faster, as we all would, but I want to get onto the blockchain-y stuff now. Next slide. Oh yeah, mapping first. This is what we've done and mapping schools in Kenya. We have a public map which is available on schools.liquid.tech. You can find and see all the schools in Kenya actually. See how far they are from a fiber, how far they are from a tower. You can see which ones we've connected. We've connected about 500. I think there are about 1,500 in Kenya have got connectivity. And then maybe about 40,000 that possibly haven't got good connectivity. They've got a mobile signal, as I say, but they haven't got a broadband link, Wi-Fi in the school. So they haven't got connectivity that teachers are paying with their own broadband or with their own mobile phones and tethering with their own money and stuff like that. It's not proper internet provided for the school. Next slide. So the first of the NFT projects that UNICEF and Giga have worked on is this one. It's called Patchwork Kingdoms. And it's about building a community of supporters for the Giga initiative and helping raise funds as well, so obviously with the aim of bringing reliable connectivity to schools across the globe. Next slide. And it starts with this. So what they actually did in creating these NFTs, they hired a top digital artist. Her name is Nadia Bremner. She's the lady up there in the picture. And she's done a lot of good works that have sold for large amounts of money on NFT marketplaces. And she does data art, so she does art that's driven by data. So it's that's what this image is here. In short, each of the schools above, each of the patches or the squares that make up that castle above the line, each one of those represents a school that is connected to the internet. And every square that is below the line is not connected to the internet. So this is made up of real data, the data they've been collecting about the schools, connected, not connected, for a bunch of different countries. I think they put it all together, Brazil, places in Europe, Rwanda and Kenya and others in Africa. Put that all together and used it to generate this. She made these images, each one of the squares, each one is a patch, so it becomes a patchwork castle, a patchwork kingdom. So in this particular one, 183 schools are represented above the line being connected, 22 have not got connectivity.
Going to the next slide. So this is two dramatically different NFT images. So the right-hand one, Fermi High, is called Patchwork Kingdom number 903. So there's 1,000 Patchwork Kingdoms were released in the series. So all those squares are all below the line. You see it's darkness, it's night, and it's obviously not a good place, not a happy place, because no schools in that kingdom are connected to internet. And the one on the left is called Service R, and you see all the schools are connected to internet, and it's the sun is out, and it's obviously a happy kingdom. I got these slides from the people at UNICEF for this presentation from Switzerland, and I just looked at it this morning as I was preparing, and this one, Service R, actually belongs to me, so I'm the holder of this NFT. So I actually minted it, so it's my first NFT, my first mint. So I didn't realize, I think they might have asked me when they did the presentation. I must have said yes, but then I was quite surprised to see my NFT in a UNICEF UN presentation. But anyway, let me go to the next slide. This is the results of this particular project. As I said, there were 1,000 Patchwork Kingdom. 5 were auctioned in St. Moritz in Switzerland, a very expensive ski resort, in a pretty high-end, high-rolling NFT auction, which is held in person. And 999 were minted in total. So I think they having done the auction, it was an auction to do the minting. And then they had a draw, so they had a lottery, people signed up and they had a lottery, the first lot got to mint the second or third lot. I think I minted mine in the third lot. So the money raised so far, it's 240 ETH has been raised so far. How much is that now? Anyone know? $1 million? 432, okay. Yeah, so it's quite a lot. This money raised is all being used to go directly into connecting schools to the internet. So it's being used to fund connectivity, pay for the capital expenditure to connect schools, and the bandwidth to keep it going. And then also everyone is resold royalties on the secondary market. 20% of the sale value goes back to the project as well for connecting schools. I think 3% is going to go for tax in Kenya, isn't it? Every time we sell one. Let's come back to that. We have the news that the finance bill has been unsuspended this afternoon. So now we'll start paying 3% on our NFT purchases and sales. We can go to the next slide, please. So what are the lessons learned from that piece of project? So after they minted, they did ask me to join the advisory board of this, but the things they learned was really not to underestimate the importance of building your community first. So they did very well in minting, and then hadn't really quite got the community. And people were, what's going on? They felt they'd been a bit ignored for the beginning. It took a while to get the community going. Working with a well-known artist, a successful artist, is a good recipe for a successful NFT project. I think as well they struggled. Ultimately, it is a UN agency, so they struggled that the UN doesn't move quite as fast as NFTs. So that's one of the lessons they've learned. I'm being attacked by a wasp here. And then the United Nations as well is not yet crypto friendly, so I think they managed to get it going anyway. But I think it has raised a lot of money and it's quite active and ongoing within the community. There's a Discord channel for this and it's quite vibrant. We can go to the next slide. So having started to raise some money, they're then starting to look at how they can make this grow at scale, how they can use the NFTs to fund connectivity. I think, I can't remember the exact numbers, but let's say to connect all schools to internet in Kenya. Secondary schools to internet, so primary schools to internet in Kenya, UNICEF Kenya estimated to be about 250 million USD to provide connectivity for the installation and the bandwidth. That's just primary schools. So probably it's going to be 500 getting on to $1 billion just for connectivity alone to achieve that in Kenya. So we're obviously pushing with the new government to roll out fiber and do this. But go to the next slide. So having connected 1 million, UNICEF want to look at how they connect 1 billion. So they're thinking about the data they're collecting for the map, how they use that, how they can accelerate sustainable connectivity. So we can go to the next. So having got all these locations of schools, and they've mapped 3 million schools in total, which is a lot. It's the world's most comprehensive decentralized database of school data in the world. So, what they're looking at, what can they do? We hear always data is the new oil. So they're saying, how do they use this oil to raise the financing to connect them? Next slide. So this is the missing metadata. So having found out where they are, they don't know much else about them. So this is a map of Ethiopia. So they know the locations of these ones, but they don't know which ones are connected, which ones aren't. They don't know how many children are there, how many boys, how many girls, the name of the principal, the phone number of the school, etc. So they're looking to how to find this and build this into the data map. Next one. So next project they're working on is they're calling NFT2. So it's quite, that explains it well, but it's a permanent crowdsourced Wikipedia page for every school in the form of an NFT. So every school, if every school submits certain data points about it, as I said, examples, how many boys, how many girls, how many teachers, and then once the data is collected, making this not just into a text file or an Excel sheet, but making this into a non-fungible token to prove that the school exists and to prove that it needs connectivity. Why do you need to prove it exists? Because development banks, donors, they need to know that it's there. They need to have proof of the need, and they need to have proof of impact of the spending after they've made that investment. So different parameters at the bottom: classification of school, whether you've got electricity or not, number of students, whether they have computers, IT equipment, and whether the location of the school is correct, it's in the right place. Next one. The project objectives is to use the data that's been collected to accelerate the connectivity. It's to create a digital passport for every school in the world using NFTs, and to create a rewarding crowdsourcing mechanism for collecting data. Ultimately, apps or web pages that the teachers can submit the information about their school, and then see as they've submitted the data that the NFT has been created and it exists. The future objective is to facilitate the minting and ownership of the NFTs by the school, and to use that data that the school has submitted ultimately to monetize that data and give a return on investment to help the school raise funding for its connectivity and other needs. Next one. How it works is that they will organize sessions of gathering data and collect this for a batch of schools, make this into mintable NFTs once the data is collected. Players joining the season, they contribute data about their community, about their school. The data becomes publicly available, like a Google map, a Google pin, but with more information, allowing others, including schools, to vote for it, to strengthen the confidence, get supporters for a particular school, alumni or other people or community members for that school, and then ultimately be able to redeem and reward those members of the community with the NFTs, and learn from it and try and grow the project in a bigger way. Next one. So that's the NFT stuff. This is the practical stuff of how you connect schools. So on the right-hand side, this is, I can't remember exactly which one it is, but it's somewhere in Western Kenya. So this school happened to be quite close to a fiber optic network, and our technicians there went in to pull a fiber, and all the children turned up to help him pull it in. It was very nice. This was taken by the ICT teacher who shared it with us and has given us permission to use it for a number of things. But the boring left diagram is really showing how schools in Kenya will be connected by different types of technology. So fiber optic cable is not going to be for everybody. There's about 10,000 schools, though, in Kenya that are within 500 or so meters of a fiber optic cable. So it really is possible to connect about 25% of the schools directly to fiber, which is going to be the fastest solution, fastest speed and most reliable long-term solution. This is what the government has in mind when they talk of 100,000 kilometers digital superhighway, using that, expanding that network, but also connecting different institutions in different communities, starting with schools. Next, those schools that are sort of further distance will need a wireless connection. We'll see those from the big towers going down to small towers using point-to-point radio links. And schools that are really, really far away, really off-grid, still using satellites. So we did have an announcement last week of the launch of Starlink in Kenya, which is exciting, but it comes with its limitations. I've ordered mine. I got an email this morning that my Starlink is coming, so I'm waiting, excited to test it. But we've been using satellites in Kenya for quite a long time, and already quite a number of the schools we've connected, particularly in western and northern parts of the country, we are using satellite dishes. So that's the different ways that we connect schools. We put Wi-Fi then all around the school, different classrooms inside and outside, to make sure that there's a good Wi-Fi coverage all over the school. So we can go to the next slide as I conclude. You may be asking, how does this impact us in Kenya? And so as I said, some of the schools, particularly in rural areas and northern parts of Kenya, are very hard to reach. So UNICEF put together this video. It's about Kenya and Kyrgyzstan. It's a very hard place to say, where they've been installing internet to schools in the remotest places you could possibly imagine. So you can run the video as we finish. Thank you. Omega.global, telling you about the project. Patchworkkingdoms.com, patchwork-kingdoms.com is all about the Patchwork project, and then other links about the NFT work. So I conclude. Thank you very much for having me today. It's been very exciting always be here to Semesteel. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions before Ben takes his seat? All right, thank you so much. Bilal Brahim, who is joining us online, he's the founder and CEO of FEM. Bilal, can you hear us? Bilal? Bilal? Thank you so much, Bilal. That was Bilal, the CEO and founder of FEM. I think because of time, we will not be able to take questions, but please be sure to connect with him. And probably to the last session of this conference. For the last 2 days, I think we've had a number of learnings from the different sessions that we've had. Yesterday, for instance, for those of us who are not here, we had the first panel discussion on demystifying blockchain and cryptocurrency, exploring the trends that are in the country. We also had listened to a number of expert insights on blockchain, matters like DeFi, NFTs, CBDCs, regulation, and institutional adoption. I know we went into a number of breakout sessions and master classes. Today we had master classes on AI, smart contracts, regulation and taxes. And this last session is what will sort of crown the 2 days that we've had. This last session is basically called a decentralized assembly. And this is why we are seated like this, because we are saying after these 2 days, we do not want the conversations to end at the second day of this conference. So how can we advance the conversations to build a stronger blockchain ecosystem? So it will be an open session, but it's also important that we have a number of opinion leaders, influencers, and experts to also weigh in. It's important that we get to listen from each one of you, get to know what are the challenges, what are the opportunities that we can explore, what are the synergies that we can create, what can you be able to offer to strengthen the ecosystem, what sort of support are you asking for to strengthen the ecosystem. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce to stage some of the panelists or opinion leaders who will be helping us to shape this conversation and get some action points, as well as their moderator. For the panelists, I'd like to introduce Apollo Sunday on stage, who is the country launch specialist at Luno. Apollo, welcome on stage. A round of applause as he comes. Thank you. I'd also like to introduce on stage Engineer David Lumala, who is the co-founder, Blockbunch, CTO, Adafro Labs. I'd also like to introduce on stage Robert Njogu, who is the founder of Nyone Labs. And lastly, the moderator who will be taking up this session, the chairman, Blockchain Association of Kenya, Mr. Michael Kimani. Karibu. Probably as they get on stage, there is somebody who's left her phone in the dining hall. If you are the one, please find me. And then we are getting instant photos as these sessions go on. So we sent an email with a link where we are updating all photos in case you want to access the photos. You can be able to get it on email through the drip campaign that we've been doing. All right. Oh, I'm being told we do not have gender balance. Yes, none. Okay. I'd like to introduce on stage Lydia Wangari, who is a blockchain consultant. Lydia, a round of applause for the lady, please. Thank you very much. Michael?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm not too loud. Am I too loud? Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not sure if some of you know me. Some of you might know me from maybe 7, 8 years ago. Some of you came through some of my meetups. I used to do crypto, blockchain, Bitcoin meetups in 2014, 2015. That's about the time I set up the Blockchain Association of Kenya. And I guess this story is relevant because because the blockchain ecosystem in Kenya has been there for a while, from as far back as 2014. And today's topic is about how to strengthen Kenya's blockchain ecosystem. I believe that's the topic, yeah. And I, myself, and some others here, we do have some experience already developing the current market that we are in. So when I was starting out, I was just as young and eager as a lot of you here. And crypto was new, it was strange. There's a lot of stigma around crypto. And we had to do the difficult work of trying to grow a market because we saw an opportunity. And so I used to do meetups at the iHub, at NILAB, Moringa School. And at those meetups, some of the people who are running startups today, like George Mwakisha, who's at Trust Wallet, at Binance, like Felix of Kotanipe, and the guys at Kotanipe, like David Gitonga of Bitcoin KE, like lots of people. These are people who came through my meetups. So I always see as if I already played a role in kind of accelerating that market for them, using the association. And now it's really great to see that 7 years later, we are here and people like Felix and Mwakisha and David, they're the ones who are now building their startups, right? So we've already been through one full cycle of developing Kenya's ecosystem. So I guess for me today, this is about maybe the next 5-7 years also. We are here now. It's a crypto bear market. The markets have been brutal. Maybe some of you here have lost money. It hasn't been pretty. Companies have been laying off people.
Michael, probably before we go, and I think this panel is not complete. We have one last seat. Maybe before you start officially, I'd like to introduce on stage Dr. Julian Drower, the CEO of Schedules Consulting. Sorry about that. A round of applause.
Welcome to the panel. Where was I? Yeah, so I believe we are at the same point now. It's 7 years into the fire cycle. Blockchain is going through a bit of a tumultuous time. Some people have lost faith. Maybe they think Bitcoin crypto blockchain is dead. I think us who are here, we are still believers. I am still a believer. I've been here long enough to. I have the confidence that we are about to go into another cycle. And today I'm here with a panel of some people who have been actively developing the blockchain ecosystem in Kenya. So maybe I'll let them introduce themselves. Let me start with Apollo, who I've known for a while. Then we can take it. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello. Apollo Sunday. I work for Luno, a global crypto exchange. I think we just stand 10 years, about 2 weeks ago, 10 years of continuously operating as a crypto exchange. I was early in the scene with Michael those days, and happy to be here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is Lydia Wangari. I am a blockchain consultant. I know when I say consultant, you may not understand what I mean. I consult in the areas of architecture, the blockchain architecture, the technology itself, and the product ownership and management. I have a master's degree in blockchain. Previously, I consulted for a metaverse company in Sweden. We're building a metaverse called the Nyoki Multi-Metaverse. It's a metaverse with many, many metaverses in it. And I am happy the shape that we are taking in Kenya for this, and I'm looking forward to a diverse discussion with you. Like I said earlier in the day, that blockchain is supposed to be decentralized, and by the end of this assembly, we need to figure out whether we want regulations to come and centralize it, or we want it to be fully decentralized as it was meant to be. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer David Lumala from Uganda, talking about decentralization. Uganda is, I bring warm regards from Uganda. We are with another team from still coming to represent. Mine is still, I trained as a software engineer in school back in the day, turned full-time Web3. I work with several companies remotely as a consultant, as a developer, but then back in Uganda, I'm a community builder, an active one, and I always help Web2 developers to transition to Web3, and then working with several ecosystems to, market their blockchain technology in as much as doing blockchain developer advocacy. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Robert. I'm the founder of Neonai Labs. I'm more into two parts in the blockchain space. I'm in the trading side of blockchain, the assets themselves, and also in talent management. And that's what I do through Neonai Labs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dr. Julian Drawer. I'm a blockchain enthusiast. You may also call me a critical appraiser of blockchain. By that I mean moving from development to deployment. That is the area I enjoy to interrogate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll also introduce myself. My name is Michael Kimani. I'm the founder and chairman of the Blockchain Association of Kenya. I'm also a writer, blogger. Some of you may know me as Kioneki at Pesa Africa on Twitter. And I'm also a co-founder of a crypto company known as PhoneBank. We allow people to on-ramp into Web3 using prepaid airtime. Thank you very much for joining us. So I'd say you guys are really lucky because the Blockchain Association of Kenya right now is in the process of reforming itself and coming up with a 4-year strategy. So this panel is really going to be useful for me to understand what are some of the issues that you feel we need to work on in order to develop the market to the level that we want. And maybe let me start with my friend Apollo, because he's been here for a while. 10 years is quite a long time. So tell us, from the 10 years you've been in the industry, what are some of the things that you've seen that you feel if you were able to fix, we could accelerate the industry maybe by 3 times, 5 times where we are right now?
Thank you, Michael. Let's see. I think I shared with Natasha and Ukiri over lunch. I think in Swahili we have saying, Zuri chajiuza, kibaya chajitembeza. Right? I think most of us have been through, when email landed, it was a no-brainer. You knew what it was about. When the web landed, it was a no-brainer. You knew what it was about. When electrical vehicles landed, it was a no-brainer, right? People went out to buy it. When GPT, LLM models landed, it was a no-brainer. In another 3-4 years, the whole LLM-built industry is going to be maybe 5-10 times bigger than crypto. But in the crypto space, we're still selling hard, right? We're still justifying. We're still explaining. We're still complaining about adoption. 10 years later, for a tech to still be meandering around adoption, probably means there is there's a lack of depth. I think, right? Because after 10 years, the whole crypto blockchain tech should have diffused so deeply, it would be obvious to Mama Mboga somewhere, it would be obvious to see all these use cases we talk about in the boardrooms, we talk about in Twitter spaces, we write about in blogs. I'd say maybe only 20% of them have really gotten into the market, and many times we try and justify that the trading builds the incentives and builds the liquidity that will eventually drive the traction. Therefore, to answer Michael briefly, I think there is a lack of depth. The whole space that crypto is supposed to, or blockchain tech is supposed to address. We're supposed to be doing some sort of crowdfunding. We're supposed to be doing DAOs, creating shared value. We're supposed to be having local currencies all over. We should have a Nairobi coin or a Kenya coin or an Africa coin. We're supposed to be solving what I consider the biggest problem afflicting humanity right now, which is representative democracy, right? We should be fixing some of its major problems using blockchain tech. So my feeling, not just for the technology in Kenya, but then globally, is just a lack of depth. We're not really, look, we have how many blockchains, right? That capacity of blockchain, I think we're maybe doing 10% value tapping from the blockchain beyond just speculation and trading. So just depth, I think is lacking globally, but then also here.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're pointing out at the fact that we don't have like use cases that are scaled to like the ordinary Mwananchi, the Wanjiko. We're still like talking about all the possibilities. So who do you think is to blame for this? Maybe let's ask the builders, Dr. Julian and Engineer David Dumala. Why don't you guys tell us what's wrong? How can we build relevant use cases? What's stopping us from doing that if that is what is holding back the industry?
All right, so in one of the breakout sessions that we've had, someone has just raised a similar question in relation to why the kind of products we have are not market fits. So one, Web3 being in its infancy, we should approach it, we should give it time to mature, first and foremost. Secondly, look at, from the software engineering perspective, I know, we are always told to develop or write software that makes people stupid. You know, how do you make someone stupid? Like someone clicks on a dial pad. When they click 9, they get 9. Like no questions. Don't you ask like, you know, what if I press this? What you see is what you get. So that kind of simplicity, that kind of exactness still misses. The example I can give, the closest example I can give is an example of a wallet. The kind of struggle you have to go through to establish a wallet. You know, you have to put down these phrases and things like that, which is not the case with a simple password and, you know, probably mail and then something like a recovery phone number, which still lacks. So as builders within the space, I challenge you all, I challenge myself too, to get to copy the ethos of the simplicity of Web2, the kind of seamless attraction and utilization of credentials, approach to software building and then utilization itself, such that you make a smoother experience for your Web3 users.
Yeah, if I may add to that, my own observation, having interrogated this technology for the last 2 years, is that the players within blockchain, the developers within blockchain, they look at it in isolation. When they have done their development, which they do a very good job of, the aspect of deployment is left with a lot of gaps. And for me, that is where the rubber meets the road. We have this initiative, we have this innovation, the thinking around it, the ideation around it is fantastic. We understand the benefits, we understand the features, but now wait a minute, we want to deploy it. How do we sell it? How do you obtain buy-in? How do we demonstrate value? Those are some of the questions which the developers are not addressing, but I also think there are other players within this space who can plug in and start interrogating that question to give a solution to the wider usership. That's the only way we can see the beginning of serious uptake. Talking to some of the senior executives within this market, and some of them are within the tech space, if you ask them what their understanding of blockchain is, it is amazing that 8 out of 10 have no clear understanding what it is, including those in tech. If you ask them if they understand the benefits or the value addition of blockchains to their operations, they do not understand it. That tells you that there's a serious gap. So the developers will continue doing a great job, but until we get to a place where we say deployment has certain dependencies, deployment has certain assumptions that we must make, deployment has certain requirements that we must play into. This will remain a mirage for a long, long time, especially in Africa. Thank you.
Maybe we can add on to that. 10 years is a very long time for such a technology not to be well adapted. But also we have to look at the background at which this technology was developed on. And it was developed on a censorship resistant, from a censorship resistant point of view. Now, that in itself had a lot of negative connotations with centralized entities, meaning the governments and other parties. And I think that's it's from that point of view where many parties or who would be interested or who would want to derive value from the blockchain ecosystem are not able to do it because, one, they're not sure if they get into it, they're going to have their hands burnt, specifically the highly regulated entities that we have in our economies.
I think what I'm picking up from Dr. Julian is like the developers need help. They kind of need maybe to go through some type of startup program where they can learn about how to be user-centric or not to build in an echo chamber. So I think that's a really great point. And you also mentioned something about executives not understanding this. So this sounds like something that we always hear being said about education, like education and maybe training and capacity development as well, to bridge that gap with some of those executives. And I think since you are talking about this, Robert, you're in the talent development space, do you do this type of trainings? What are you learning is missing from training? How come it's been 10 years and these executives still don't have?
Yeah. Now, as he mentioned, he said 8 out of 10 don't really understand this technology. Meaning that right now, if you go to any enterprise and you meet top CTOs, they really don't think there's need for talent of a blockchain developer because the enterprise itself has not seen the value of blockchain. Now, and if you go to the market right now to look at blockchain developers, most of them are actually self-taught or people who are interested in the technology itself. They're not doing it because they want to get employed somewhere, but they're doing it because they want to see what they can build. They're builders, or they're people who are interested, who are interested in creating solutions on the blockchain. So the enterprise side of it in itself, I don't think they're at a point, they're at a maturity level where they're seeing the need or the use cases. It's not well defined to them, the use cases of blockchain itself in their businesses, or they don't understand the value that it will bring in their enterprises. That way, you find that since the enterprises are not looking at developments in blockchain, so they're not even interested in attracting talent that are aligned to that.
Do you think we have enough talent? Let's say these executives were able to buy into the opportunity. Do you think we have enough talent to develop these solutions and take them to market? And sometimes I think talking about talent often gets mistaken for developers alone, and I believe developers are a critical piece of that. But there's also, like, let's say, product developers, and there's also sales people. So do we have the talent?
So we, in terms of the support functions of any solution that you can build on the blockchain, I think Kenya in Africa itself is one of the best placed countries in terms of talent development, project managers, product managers, all that. We have all that. In terms of developers, I think we're very limited on that right now, and it's a phenomenon that's happening in the whole world. Last year, there's a research firm called Electric Capital that came up with a research from 2022 that in 2022 we only added about 22,000 core developers in blockchain, the whole world. Okay, people who would be regarded as very good developers right now, I think from the statistics is about 110,000. That's quite little if you look at 7 billion people. In Kenya itself, if I look back 5 years ago, specifically in 2018, I think I could only count about not more than 20 developers in Kenya. Right now, you can have, if you go to 400, that's a bit, you'd really stretch. So it means that we still have, there's an opportunity here for Blockchain Association to now look at the roadmap in terms of talent development in this sector. Because most of the talent in blockchain, like I said, they're self-driven. It's people who are interested in actually going to this market. So it will be very easy to tap into these interests and see how best we can develop this talent.
Lydia, do you have anything to add on that? Because I'm sure working with infrastructure, you must come across a ton of developers. What are you seeing from your work on infrastructure?
What I can say is that talent is really, really rare when it comes to Web3, especially the developers, because right now the world, when Bitcoin went down, went winter, the developers started building stuff. And in my previous work, I was telling someone earlier that we tried to hire a blockchain developer, and that is the toughest thing you'll ever encounter as a project manager in the blockchain world industry, because there are not even many, they are not available, they are very expensive, and they don't work full time. So for Kenya, there was a time I was looking myself when I was still doing part of my classes. I was looking for someone to teach me Solidity, and I couldn't get. I think as a BSc we would bring them on board and put them as a talent somewhere, because there's too much demand for developers, and not just developers, even the non-technical team, because you are a salesperson, but it requires someone who has the knowledge of Web3 to go and sell the product out. So it's all talent everywhere, and I believe we as a country, supposedly, yes, we have, but we need to build more.
Just to add on what Lydia said here, she brings out a very critical aspect of it all. Much as you're pulling in executives and the other concerned parties, you know, I said it's in the industry is in its infancy. You as a developer, ultimately, wear so many hats. You take on so much of responsibility. This other marketer, external marketer, won't understand your product the way you want to market it. So it is some kind of balance that we need to strike from the end user, you know, the intermediaries between now the people who are providing the funding and me and you, the product owner, such that we all get educated about it. Ultimately, the user has to be educated to find purpose in what you're selling, what you're building, and then that is how it goes, you know, mainstream.
Okay, thank you very much. Apollo, as someone who runs a Web3 business, and you've been here for 10 years, have you encountered any problems recruiting for talent for your venture? And maybe you can just speak to talent in general.
Let's see. Okay, so given my very, very specific context working at Luno, the talent pool is global, and I think the business, is able to maneuver. However, we are always still on the lookout for good talent, and we don't let talent go wherever we find it. However, on the subject of talent, I think because everybody is driven by self-interest, so when people know there is an opportunity to make money and take care of yourself, the talent will sort of follow that path. Like, for instance, I was so shocked. Yesterday, after this place, I went to an Ethereum Layer 2 meetup somewhere in Parklands, and they had a team from Scroll and Arbitrum, which are L2 Ethereum scaling solutions. And I think I was a bit surprised that somebody from Arbitrum had to tell the team of, I think there's a lot of the attendees were fresh software developers, young people, that there is so much capital available to launch or to prototype and test crypto products. Because a lot of them, once they catch fire just a little bit, tokens appreciate value, and then they develop a grant scheme, right? And I have been part of those grant schemes for what, over 7-10 years, and I was just so shocked that people needed to be told. But then I imagined now that people know there is opportunity to get capital to do what you need to do, possibly then talent will follow that resource, right? But then also further, I needed to do a promotion among university students in Kampala sometime last year. And this is for Luno. And I opted, instead of going to Makerere University and look for computer science or engineering students, we went to Makerere University Business School. And specifically, and the thinking was, okay, so they've been taught business, blockchain, crypto covers a good number of financial use cases, and maybe this would be a good pool from which to drive use cases that can then attract the engineering and the marketing talent to form balanced team and launch things. So maybe that is one angle that needs improvement, the ability to form balanced teams from very early on. So instead of the industry here talking to geeks who are interested in cryptography and computer science and whatnot, maybe we sell to BCom students and tell them, look, this thing, don't talk blockchain, just say, this is a ledger, they understand ledger, that can enable a lot of people to collaborate in a trustworthy way, more efficiently, those really basic things that they can connect with. Oh, and by the way, you can get working capital, and then let those people pull the other techies into initiatives.
Yeah. Hello. So I think I partly agree with you. I think for me, my observation as someone who also works closely with builders, I think what part of the talent that is missing, I think the developers, for me, I'm never worried about the developers. We have a ton of engineers in Kenya who can write code. I don't think writing code is particularly the problem. I think it is the product development cycle, right? Like you need to can make money out of it, and the business can grow, and the business can scale, and maybe exit. I think that's the type of talent I think I see is missing a lot. I see a lot of young, ambitious entrepreneurs who are still stuck at the ideation stage, but they're never really able to break some glass ceiling and move higher into, my product has 20,000 users and they pay me this much, So I think when we talk about talent, we should not only consider the technical talent for developing this develop these projects, but also what it takes to like the research involved in understanding what product to build, testing this product with some users, taking it to market, selling it. I think this is a problem that maybe faces the startup ecosystem in general, and something that we always are trying to address, but it's like we've never really cracked it. Lydia, I see you want to add to that.
Is it okay? I want to saying in blockchain is not just about coding, because everybody can code. You need the back end, the front end, and the Solidity developer in between. You need you need someone, a talent. This is a talent that someone can make something that can be used in a metaverse ecosystem that people can actually come and use, because it's not just developing. Then this what you're building, how can it be tokenized? Because everybody can build. The investors are going to invest in your product as long as it is going to make them money. We are all in the business of making money as much as we are building. So you need to build something. We need someone who can build something that investors are running to invest their money, because at the end of the day, the user, the potential of the usage is very high. So like he was saying, it's the talent of making something that globally accepted or that is going to be accepted by the users to make money for the investors, because they all work together. The investors will bring the money, the builder will build, the technical team will sell, the non-technical team will take the product to the market, and the users are going to come on board. It's a whole cycle like that. Thank you.
Dr. Julian, do you have anything to add about this particular thing of developing products that people can use and pay for?
Yeah, I support everything my colleagues have said. The only thing I'd like to stress or emphasize is that business development is an ecosystem. It doesn't operate in a vacuum. Innovation on its own cannot succeed until all the other imperatives of business development are put into consideration. So if we have innovated, for example, something in the question of a blockchain, we must align it or attune it to a strategy. So you're putting it out in the market, but you're very clear what your strategic vision is, what your strategic objectives are, and you're actually using that as a roadmap to deploying that particular product. Again, when you're thinking about blockchain, like I said, innovation does not operate in a vacuum. You must think about the transitional aspect of it, because you're asking a business to change its form and shape to another form and shape. If someone is to do that and do it safely, what are the protocols? Again, you'll find that that is not something developers do. And they have nobody out there assisting them or supporting them to get that done. And until that is done, the market will not be receptive. Think about risks. Anything we do has an element of risk. Pre, during, and post, there are risks. Has anybody done a clear risk assessment in the space of blockchain to better inform people or users of those organizations that want to deploy them, that this is what you're dealing with and this is how to mitigate? Those are issues. But I'm very delighted with my colleague here when he talks about talent development. I'm impressed because part of the thing that I've been looking at is people preparedness. How are we preparing our people, both those who are consuming and those who are using it as part of their business enterprise, and those who are developing as well. So that bit, I think, we've gotten spot on. But there are issues, and until these issues are resolved, when a moderator, we'll be talking about the same things 10 years from now.
Yeah, I think that point about developing the market is well taken, because you could be doing everything right, but if the market is not ready, you're not going to find a market for your products. I think you also
move forward. I think something else that you mentioned, and I'm going to pick up on that, is about consumers. I think this is a pertinent issue because I think for the last decade, there's always been a crypto scam that's happening that's fled people's money. In fact, I'm going to say something controversial. I really believe that these crypto scams probably have done a better job at developing a product and selling it to users. Yeah? Sorry to say, Sometimes I think there's something to be learned from them. But let's talk about consumer protection and these scams, because they all really affect you, whether you're the one involved or not. If you're in the digital assets space, even our company, sometimes I'm worried someone is going to wake up one day and say, this is a scam, there's a way to stop that. David, since you have something to say, maybe let's pick up on that.
Yes. 3 days ago, I lost over $2,000 in Conic Finance on the attack of Conic Finance. Conic Finance is a DeFi platform because participated in airdrops, but we always try to get the money from the protocols and then citizens put it on a hardware wallet, but then we have to keep that small float to help you run around for airdrop. So I kept wondering. I've always been seeing these scams scams or attacks still happening too, and it didn't make sense to me until then. So I woke up one day checking onto getting to fly around the money, getting to see, your account has been blacklisted because you've been in the period of suspected or suspicious activity. I wondered, like, what is this even? So checking out online this, and then Conic Finance has been hacked. Wow, like, how does this even come to happen? This is a decentralized protocol. How, bearing more attention to security. So from that experience alone, I realized that actually, much as I would say an OG, there is so much I also seem not to know, and there is so much ground for more care to be taken, and it awakened me that I should, be more careful. So from your point of scams, much as it sounds, ways contested and controversial, scams awaken us. Many people used to trust FTX back in the day. The day it went poof, the eyes were opened. So many people now got to understand that actually you have to deal with exchanges, but not to go wholly in, because there is that 1% likelihood that things can, be overturned one day and then you lose it all. So in a way, it is through mistakes that we learn. So, and there is a saying that, by others' mistakes, wise men correct their own. So now that David has made a mistake, you've heard about it. People lost money in FTX, so don't you wait to be the next victim of some random exchange. So trustlessness is the whole ethic and ethos of this technology. Remember always to check out information on your own and get to establish things firsthand. Never trust, just verify. Thank you.
Now, speaking about scams in the blockchain ecosystem, I think the biggest challenge in the blockchain ecosystem is first, that asset class in itself is not recognized by any government. Right now, if you get scammed, your tokens on a scam, if you go to the police, they don't even know how to help you. But if we're going to talk about scams, anything that has value, there are scammers in it. There are very many land scammers, there are very many gold scammers. It's only that we don't have a legal framework to define this asset class and how to handle it when it comes to the penal code. And I think that's also an area that you might want to explore as Blockchain Association, whereby if I go to the police station right now and tell them that I've been scammed my USDT, they will not actually look at me like I'm some crazy guy telling them about, because the first thing they ask you, is it M-Pesa? Like, no. They don't even know what that is. So there's a need to actually bring the security agency, the people related to crime management, not management, but deterrence into the ecosystem to now define or to come up with a framework on how to define, how to manage when a crime has happened in this ecosystem.
I myself just became a forensic analyst because of that loss.
Apollo, what about you? Like, is it difficult for you running a crypto business when there's sometimes people look at your business and they can't tell if it's is this the real thing or is this a scheme? How do you handle that perception?
Well, it's concerning given that in my role I have a lot of customer-facing roles, and customers reach out to me in our company's Telegram groups asking whether this thing they have been told is real, whether they should send money to this trader. This guy has promised them 300% return at the end of the month. And it's happened at least maybe 15, 20 times. I tell the person, no, run away, switch off your computer or block that account and disappear. Then I observe after a few days or some weeks, this specific guy has made some large transactions, right? But then, it's not up to me to follow up on what they're doing. And 2 weeks later, they tell me, dude, can you help me recover money from these guys? I sent them money and they've disappeared. So, you warn the person they're about to get scammed and they go ahead and get scammed, right? So I think, first of all, the nature of the speculative stage of the industry right now, it really triggers people. Everybody, of course, wants to make money. So that bit is a bit hard. So I think I normally say if somebody is bound to get scammed, they probably will get scammed. Very unfortunate. But at the same time, regulation sort of helps. So for instance, at Luno, in every country where we're active, we have a lot of training programs for law enforcement officers, right? Because in many places, you can't even, right now, if you walk to a police station in Kenya and ask and want to report a crypto scam, you probably will be arrested yourself, right? So that's the second bit. And I think the third bit is that the industry just needs to flood the market as well with tangible value, right? So that we crowd out people selling scams.
Yeah, so it sounds like we have to, as an industry, we have to find a way to address these consumer issues that are affecting the consumers, the very consumers that we intend on going back to for business. I think this is something that we are passionate about. It came up today on our breakout session on policy. And maybe I think it's almost spilled over into an issue of regulation, some frameworks. And I was thinking maybe Kaikai, I think Alan Kaikai, who's our director of legal and regulatory policy affairs, would you like to comment on, maybe we can get into the composition of policy now, yeah, because it seems that's an issue that can also help strengthen the industry if it's addressed. Okay, do you mind? Yes, please. Just tell us about maybe a bit about policy gaps and how it has to do with consumer protection and strengthening the industry.
Hi guys. Hi guys. You can hear me? Awesome. Hi guys. Yeah. So yeah, this issue of regulation came up at the policy workshop, and the question was whether should this industry be regulated or not? And if you're going to be regulated, are we now going away from Satoshi's white paper of decentralization and all that? So I think we can start from Satoshi's spirit, whereby when he was drafting the Bitcoin white paper, his ambition was a decentralized ecosystem. You're moving away from centralization and an element of independence. So, of course, his disciples picked up the white paper, and when they were running around the original regions walking around Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram and all that, threatening conventional financial institutions on how they are going to disrupt. So I think that answers Apollo's question why blockchain, despite the fact that it's 10 years old, it has been the slowest implementation. It has been slow because a bunch of us have been threatening people, been threatening insurance companies and banks and all these already established institutions on how you're going to disrupt their business. Now that informs the question of policy. So how is policy shaped? Of course, there are lawmakers at parliament who pass law, but behind the scenes, these guys consult private sectors. And who sit in this private sector boards? The Kenyan Bankers Association, insurance people, and all these MDs who make millions of dollars doing centralized stuff. But if you've been threatening them for a very long time that you're going to disrupt their bread and butter, well, policy will not favor you to that extent. That is an aspect, one aspect of policy making. Now, with respect to scams and consumer protection. So as adoption grew, of course, scams came, but as somebody mentioned, scams are not new to the crypto industry at all. I mean, the biggest global scams, for instance, the Madoff scam in 2009 in Wall Street. It was not a crypto scam. That was a stock market scam. We've seen Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street, still a scam. But one thing consumers always have in such kind of stock market scams is that there's regulatory framework to cushion them. So for instance, when Kenyan banks collapse, at least somebody can recover a minimum of 50K from the collapse. But if crypto exchange collapses, people cannot recover anything. Why? Because there's no regulatory framework that requires this centralized exchange to, for instance, deposit a security that would safeguard the industry. Therefore, if these guys collapse and disappear, everybody is hurt. So, number one, there was an idea of decentralization and non-regulation. But anytime scams consistently happen in the industry, it hurts the economy. And the regulators are mandated to step up and find a way to protect consumers. So one very good ground consumers, regulators usually have to regulate an industry is that aspect of consumer protection. So the first step regulators look at, as much as the regulators have approached it from a tax approach, which is a whole different conversation. The best way to do it would be to approach it from a consumer protection framework. And that is what we are doing as a big start from developing a very robust and comprehensive consumer protection framework. So if we as a community can help CMA, CPK, identify how, even this year, identify how a legitimate exchange or a legitimate wallet looks like, how it operates, and how we can help them license and identify this. So that if somebody is floating some random token there, they can come and, for instance, how CMA works with publicly listed companies is that once you're licensed as a publicly listed company, of course, somebody can go to the NSE or CMA database and verify that you are actually publicly listed. So that in case anything happens, consumers can go back to CMA for protection. Or they can go to court. There's something consumers can rely on. So consumer protection is the one thing that is very important when it comes to building a robust framework and avoiding scams. So the other thing about regulation, apart from a consumer protection perspective, is the issue of legitimate expectation. So of course, when industry started, it was just a bunch of pigeons trying to run away from the conventional system. But now we've realized that there are serious venture capital firms and private equity companies that want to pour in $500 million, all the way to $1 billion in jurisdictions. So legitimate expectation means that me as an investor, if I come and look at a country like Kenya, I want to invest in Kenya's Web3 or blockchain space. But the space is so confused how CBK is issuing a cautionary notice, barring banks from interacting with people. On one hand, KRA, an institution of the same government, is trying to push a 3% digital asset tax on the gross fair market value. other hand, CMA is also pushing an agenda or a capital markets amendment bill to impose capital gains tax and income tax. So there's a lot of confusion and conflicts between three bodies of the same government. And therefore, even I as an investor who wants to put in 100 million in 5 different startups, I'm afraid because I don't know how this fight between these regulators will end up hurting my business. But if the country had developed a very comprehensive and robust institutional framework that says, look, this is the body that regulates all blockchain and crypto stuff. And this is the mode of operation, and this is how it's approached. So that there's no conflict and fighting between government bodies. Then that creates a very comprehensive sense of legitimate expectation. And as much as the licensing fees can be high and all that, there's an element of predictability. I mean, and that has worked well for countries like Switzerland. But in Kenya, where we're standing, that predictability is not there. Therefore, it really discourages the element of foreign direct investment. So in summary, what am I saying? I'm saying that to some extent regulation is good, because one, of consumer protection, and two, because of foreign direct investment. Two, what am I saying? I'm saying that we should, us as a community, we should change how we communicate to regulators and to conventional institutions out there. We should not go around threatening people on how we'll shut down their banks. This is the biggest hurdle to implementation. Because those two things, that and scams, really kill the industry. Like a really practical example of how crypto is perceived as a brother to scams is when I was making my presentation before Parliament, when we were submitting on the digital asset tax. The moment I mentioned I'm from Blockchain Association of Kenya and I'm submitting on behalf of the crypto guys, they're like, nini wale wakora. So these are our lawmakers. The first thing that comes to mind is sini wakora. But if we had a comprehensive regulatory framework that they understand, crypto is regulated by CMA, they would understand where we are coming from. So communication and training is key, and how we interact with conventional institutions. That's what I can say.
Mike, if you'll allow me, I want you to look at it from a different point of view. When you're building solutions, we only talk about blockchain. But if there's anyone here who's building maybe an app, okay? So I think that whole thing of siloing the idea to blockchain alone is actually one of the reasons why we're having challenges. Because right now, when you talk about regulation and policy development, if a company, if there's a startup that is building a solution in remittances, I do not expect CMA to be anywhere near that enterprise. It should be, then they should go seek license with CBK for remittances. If there's a company that wants to raise funds, then they might want to discuss with CMA on the sandbox to raise funds. So I think what we've done is that we've siloed blockchain into blockchain alone, but not the solution itself. Okay? If there's people who are doing agri-related tech, then they should be regulated by the Ministry of Agriculture. So we need to get ourselves out of this element that, okay, KRA wants this. We just need to know the solution. Who is the regulator in that ecosystem? And if we approach it like that with the government and with other parties, I think we might get a better headway than if you go there and tell them, okay, INI has joined INI. I think that would be a better approach.
Yeah, just to add to that, it goes back to a point to emphasize on the fact that as blockchain community, we really isolated ourselves from the real world. We were built on a defiance. It was a defiance culture, a culture of running away from centralization. And now, having this conversation, we realize that defiance never gets you very far. So we have to find a way on how, and I agree with you. In the end of the day, the Mama Mboga down there doesn't care how M-Pesa works, for instance. She doesn't care whether M-Pesa is running on Python or on C++. She just wants the product. And I think the blockchain community for a very long time has been selling the technology more than selling the product. The people on the ground, they just really care about convenience. So if you can use the technology to just make their lives easier without necessarily shoving down the complexity of blockchain technology down their throats, I think that can be one way to look at it. Because for instance, I can give an example of M-Pesa and why M-Pesa worked. Was that when M-Pesa was invented, nobody walked around trying to explain to the low-level users what the technology behind M-Pesa was. It was just, this is an app on your Kabambe, you can use it to send and receive money. And just pushing that convenience, and from a use case perspective, really went a long way. So that no matter how hard the regulators tried to, there was a push and pull between regulators. Same thing that is happening, and this is the history repeating itself. Remember when M-Pesa came, CBK will try to regulate them, then Communication Authority, then all of a sudden every regulator was interested in it. But eventually, they found a level playing field. But why? Because they had developed a massive and they've developed a very interesting use case that no matter how regulators try to do a public, users were being onboarded on M-Pesa. And I think I was having this conversation with Kimani over lunch, in the sense that if we as a community can just give a very interesting use case that over 20 million Kenyans are using, and it's convenient to them, using the extent that they don't care whether it's blockchain or not. They're just interacting with it and using it. Then it will be more, as you're saying, regulating it based on the specific industry, rather than regulating it based on, because it's blockchain. So we really have to break that defiance culture that our community has built over time and try to focus on use cases in the respective industry.
Thank you very much. Kai, maybe a round clap for him. So I think the points we took away from that is consumer protection, definitely is an issue, and you linked it back to some policy gaps. It also sounds like we need to work on policy. We need to engage these regulators. We need to speak their language. Yeah. I was surprised the lawmakers are calling us Makoras, because I think they are the real Makoras. I think something else that you also pointed out was the need to demonstrate a real world relevant use cases. I think that's something that also came up earlier. I think something else I'm also picking up from this whole conversation is we need to grow outside our own bubble. Yeah? It's as if we just spend time within each other. I think someone I hate to use this word, but someone calls our industry incestuous. Yeah? Like we just always talking to each other. We talk to each other with the same jargon. Have we tried like stepping out of our own bubbles and talking to people out there and see what they think? And one of the things I think that's been happening that's been really amazing to see this year is blockchain use cases have gone beyond crypto trading. I think nowadays in our community we have people here from the climate space and ReFi space. I know some people are trying to work on supply chain issues, but I always feel like they get buried by the digital asset conversation. So I think we need to bring them in more. I'm told by Sheila, our host, that we have about 10 to 15 minutes. So maybe I'll ask each one of you panelists to give your parting shots on how we can strengthen the blockchain ecosystem in Kenya. Let's start with you, Dr. Julian.
Yeah, I was listening to the legal practitioner giving us his take. I was particularly interested on the part he spoke about the defiance kind of attitude where blockchain was founded, encouraging us to move away from that. I think, again, doing that, again, we must ask ourselves the question, what are the consequences? The risk of a decentralized set technology becoming centralized again. I think it raises those issues. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying we need to do a study to just understand what the implications of that would be. You also spoke about innovation and regulation. The many years that I've lived, more than most of you, I think that has remained a very sticky issue. Or what overrides the other, or what comes before the other. My considered view, it's just my considered view, is allow innovation to thrive. Just give innovation space. Once we can see that in its deployment, it's adding value to the society, then you can start thinking about how you can govern it. That's what I think. Because if you rush to the governance aspect even before an innovation is matured sufficiently to solve, you are stifling that very innovation. That's how I see it. Will people lose money in between? Yes, we call that collateral damage. Money has to be lost for us to learn how not to do it, or how to do it better. I'm a banker by profession of many years, and I am convinced, although nothing speaks about this in history, I am convinced that before banks became those stable institutions that we know, there must have been chaos. I believe there must have been chaos. I'm yet to find literature that speaks to that, but I believe there was chaos. So I think we must be prepared to live and thrive in an environment of chaos. Thank you very much. Yeah, we must readily accept that that is one of the pillars that will make us grow. Thank you very much.
Okay, for me, I think for us to accept this innovation, then we have to stop this whole thing of siloing ourselves in the technology, and we focus more on the development of products within this ecosystem. And when it comes to decentralization, I'm going to say something that is a bit controversial. Humans naturally are centralized. And that's the reason why most of the population is in Nairobi. That's why people live in towns. So it is in the nature of humans that would want to be centralized. And that centralization leads to regulation. There must be laws when you are many people. If I'm alone running around in the Mara, then I can do whatever I want. But if I'm living in a society, then there are rules and regulations that I have to follow. So we have to understand that for us to embrace this technology, for it to go, for mass adoption, there will be an element of centralization to an extent.
The modern world lives in an information age. So before you start doing anything, just like any other investment kind of option you want to take on, first get to understand what terms, what factors come with it. Being an information game, it is through this information that you get that maybe the proper guidance, the kind of risk assessment and management, what Dr. has mentioned here. So even in, I will stick it to blockchain and the technology itself. As a person, as a consumer, as an educator, as a regulator, as anyone, the very first step you take is to properly educate yourself with acquaint yourself with the rightful information, such that you, in whatever role you are acting, you act from an informed point of view, and that's the only way you can have a kind of proper sense of judgment. Thank you.
I think I know why the government called you Wakora, because there is a misinformation. I think people are misinformed. Like every time you mention blockchain, they think Bitcoin. And people, I don't know, people should be informed. There is a difference between Bitcoin and the blockchain. Blockchain is the technology, Bitcoin is the network, and there is also Bitcoin, the currency. So until the government, until people understand the difference between the three, we are always going to be seen as the Wakora. I don't know how we're going to solve that problem, because that's why when you sit with the senators, with the lawmakers, they are good. With the moment you mention, I'm from the blockchain, they're like, letani pesa yenu, But in real sense, blockchain technology is used across all sectors, insurance, transport, logistics, all over. So we need, I think as the Blockchain Association, we need to actually kind of set up a training and train the people, train the legal makers that yes, there is the technology and there is the money. And the crypto, maybe it makes, in my own view, it takes about only 5%, let's say call it 10% of the blockchain technology. Everything else, it facilitates transaction on net and off net. But there are a lot of things happening behind the network that they need to know, and there will be disruption in the economy. Yes, when M-Pesa came, money was, the banks were, we used to send money Kitambo using a MoneyGram and all that. I don't remember the last time I used MoneyGram. So disruption is coming. It's just a matter of, yes, accepting the innovation is coming and embracing it. We don't know what we'll be doing 10 years from now. And another thing I would like to say to us as the developers, let us build products that resonate with us, with Kenyans. I was talking before, like, you know these tickets that, for example, the Luo Festival, I take an example of that. One of the organizations, one of the companies, one of the builders, you can build a platform where people can buy tickets on NFT to attend such events, because once we drive the use, if there is usage for crypto, then there is need for it. But if I buy, there was a guy who was talking about the use of coins. Yes, I will buy them, but then where do I use them? So once we have the coins, and then let's give something that I can use the users to go to. I can use my coins to attend a festival, or there are some banks that are accepting the cryptos that we are using. If now today, if I said, okay, to come to attend this event, they are going to charge us 6,000 Kenya shillings, yes. Or if you have, for example, they have their own coin. If you have your own coin, they are charging you 50%. So you see, there is need to actually convert your fiat to the crypto. So with those few remarks, I wish to stop there and look forward to a very, very productive crypto and blockchain year as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Is it working? Okay, great. Now, hello? Okay. Now, Lydia has touched on a few spheres, economic spheres, insurance, logistics, and there's many, agriculture, food, shelter, name them. In almost all these economic activities or things that humanity depends on, if you got a map, a global map that shows the development of this sector, compares the development of this sector across the world, Africa is usually lagging in almost every single sphere of life, right? One fact. Second fact, Africa has completely huge landmass, all right? Africa also has a huge and really rapidly growing population, right? All those spheres, you bring them together into maybe a human development index. Africa is lagging really, really badly. So much so, we could consider ourselves a little insular group, right? And say, hey, by the way, why don't we focus on producing most of what we consume or developing our own human capability, right? Like I keep saying, there isn't an African company in Africa that makes rocket ships. Not because people in Africa have lower IQ than people in Japan or Russia or America. It's just that we have not stretched ourselves enough, right, to want more and to want that more of ourselves. Okay, so we're lagging in these human development indicators. All right? The fourth point is that regulation is not the biggest hindrance towards exploitation of blockchain or crypto. This only happens in traditionally regulated circles. The scope or the potential of blockchain is much bigger than that. And my last point is that I see crypto as a glue for innovation. All right? You could develop an incentive system that allows people to contribute their skill, contribute their resources, and be able to get an accounting that guarantees they will get some value back from it. Okay? So I see crypto as potentially a catalyst to drive African innovation forward, right? But for this to happen, we need depth, right? Now, there isn't an email, a proper big email company serving Africa only or mostly. In a few other continents, they have their major email service provider beyond Gmail, right? Africa doesn't have a stable Amazon or what's a Chinese version? Or Alibaba, okay? There's all these things that we consume, right? We have the critical market size for in Africa, okay? But we allow ourselves to be net consumers, right? So how about we challenge ourselves? Let's say we are not going to depend on ChatGPT, okay? Crypto enables us to engage as many Africans as possible in training those LLM models so that we can have an African version of ChatGPT that feeds to our needs. Okay? That we don't have to export $17. I mean, I was speaking with a developer in my co-working space about 3 weeks ago. He's already on 2 ChatGPT accounts, right? I imagine we are soon going to be exporting billions of dollars from Africa to OpenAI to use ChatGPT, right? I mean, what's ChatGPT? It's data and a little bit of code, right? So I don't know whether it is a problem of self-confidence or lack of pride, or but we have this opportunity to leapfrog this technical backwardation that we currently have, right? And I see crypto being the glue in many cases, right? And the way to do that is to decide to go deeper. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Oh. Thank you to my panelists. I think just to wrap up, this session was about how to strengthen Kenya's blockchain ecosystem. So these are some points that I'm going to be taking away from this panel. We need more data, like Dr. Julian said. We need a way to know what's out there in the market so we can plan, know what to expect. We need programs for developing talent, whether it's talent for building or just supporting talent for growing, scaling businesses. Programs also for educating and training some of these people who are in the traditional industries and these potential use cases. I think consumer protection frameworks also came up, which is related to policy and regulation and engaging the people who are imposing regulations on us, and then demonstrating or developing real-world use cases that are relevant for Wanjiko, common Wananchi. I think, Apollo, I really like that last point on us as ourselves. I think we need to go and look at ourselves in the mirror and decide what is our role in this. You know, is it a self-confidence issue? Is it us second-guessing ourselves? Like, what can we do as ourselves inside us and awaken something that can help us step up and take on that responsibility? So, thank you very much for this session. As the chair of the Blockchain Association of Kenya, I think we're going to be taking these notes and we're going to try, we will incorporate it in our 4-year strategy. I think the Blockchain Association of Kenya will also play a critical role in trying to coordinate us or trying to get us to at least work together in areas where we have mutual interest. I do feel sometimes we are all pulling in different directions, yet we are, as we've seen here in these conversations, we can point out to like 5 or 7 key issues that we all share. So I think we should also think about how can you guys come and join us at the association. You can go to our website right now, blockchainkenya.org. There's a form there. You can leave your name. We'll be having an AGM in September 9th, and we'll be onboarding new members. And yeah, we have a really strong strategy 4-year plan coming up. And my panel has been really useful in helping me understand what we can do to accelerate the ecosystem. So thank you very much, Dr. Julian, Robert Jogu, Engineer David, Lydia, and Apollo. Thank you very much.
All right. Our panel can stand for a photo. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. A round of applause to this powerful panel. All right, thank you so much. You can have your seat. Probably in the next 5 minutes, and before we make this a long session, in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to give an opportunity to anybody from the ecosystem who has an ask. So what an ask is you can stand and say, we at Binance have this, and this is the sort of support that we need, or this is the sort of partners that we want to collaborate with, and then sit down. And somebody else can stand and say, we at TapSwap have this, and this is what we are offering to anybody who needs it in the ecosystem. All right, so this session is going to be called Asks and Offers. Asks and Offers. You have 30 to 45 seconds, so please make it very fast. Hatutaki story. Sawa sawa. You stand.
As you can see, there are already snacks lined up behind them. We do not want to take very long. Your name, company, your ask, or your offer. Let's go.
Okay, my name is Colin Songa. Full is going to be very helpful. Which is to start and savings development. So, like, we are looking for a partnership. In on-ramping and off-ramping. And we also have a group there, we look for partnership to help us in educating people.
Thank you. Gurupe wants partnership for off-ramping and on-ramping, and they also have an academy where they do
Education, right? Great. Next, Kakai. Let's go to Kakai. Let's give him a chance. We believe in you. You can take 30 seconds.
My name is Kakai. We are doing a policy report on how best, what our industry has to offer, and how best we can interact with the regulators. So what I'm looking for is data and insights and the pain points each of you has in your respective startups, in your respective businesses. I mean, for a long time, CMA and government has been doing these reports for us. We want us and our industry to do a detailed report that we can submit to CMA.
You're making it a thesis now.
And to World Banks. So if you're an expert on your issues, please just reach out.
All right. So I think what will make this effective is how they can get you, right? So reach out how? Just tell them how we can reach out.
Reach out to Sharon.
Sharon, please stand.
If you have data and insights, please reach out to Sharon. Thank you. Next.
In Africa Meta Club, we focus on metaverse experiences and virtual worlds and digital fashion. So if you want anything to do with that or NFTs, find me at Metagrapher on Twitter.
Metagrapher on Twitter.
Good evening, guys.
That's 30 seconds already.
Okay, my name is Mshiri Elkana. I'm the five countries right now: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, and Ghana. So you can find our application on Play Store, iOS, and we're launching our web app.
We're proud to be part of this conference, come all the way from Uganda. Binusu is our company, and we're delighted to be in the Kenyan market. The ask is to download the Binusu app. You're able to buy and sell crypto at great rates using M-Pesa. We have both quick exchange and over-the-counter, so we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Awesome. Download Binusu.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Francis. I host our Web3 podcast show, and I would like to invite each and every one of you here that is doing something in the Web3 industry so that we can share our stories with the rest of the blockchain community. So I'm looking for everyone to partner with me.
All right, what's the name of the podcast?
Oh, sorry. So my podcast is DYOR Podcast Show, and you can find it in all the platforms: Fountain, Spotify.
DYOR Podcast. All right, thank you, Frank. Next.
Hey guys, so I'm Brian Adams, and I'm happy to be here. I see a couple of familiar faces. Anyway, with the Lightning Transfers, and what we do is basically off-ramp and on-ramps to businesses specifically. So the ask is anyone who's willing to offer up stable coins, bulk, or not bulk, please feel free to reach out to me.
And also, I'm pretty sure we're in conversations already.
Awesome. That's what we'd like to hear. Frank
There is my name, Former Weekly, every Wednesday on Twitter Spaces. We enable you to come in and share your stories about what you're building in the space, be it an exchange, a protocol, or any other who is seated here and beyond to come in and find ways of building communities, business development, and venturing into new markets.
Awesome. Former Weekly every Wednesday, 8 p.m. All right. Miv.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Miv from ABC Africa Blockchain Center. So basically, my ask is that we have a community. Today, we've talked a lot about community and the importance of being in a Web3 community and being in the Web3 ecosystem. So please, you can see me. I onboard you to any of our communities. Also, we have an initiative, African Women of Web3 Initiative. So if you're looking to partner or if you're looking to onboard onto our initiative, also see me or see. Also for the developers in the house, we offer free trainings: Algorand, Cardano, IoTeX, Metaverse. So if you're interested in any of that, also see me. Thank you.
All right, African Women is for women only.
But then we have the women kind of bias. We're trying to give women a platform to excel in the Web3 ecosystem, but then we basically onboard each and everybody. So you're welcome if you're interested. We take everybody, not just devs, for the African women of
call
Web3.
it African Human. All right, thank you, African Women. Next.
My name is Sharon from Kamusi DAO, and we are asking for translators. Jesus, Swahili is so hard. But apart from that, I think we want to offer, from the from the discussions that we've had, we see that regulation goes hand in hand with education, so we'd like to offer that. Apart from that, I think Alan was very modest. I didn't say that we need money as BAK because that shit is expensive. So yeah, BAK needs money.
All right, so
And
Sharon is asking for money.
translators. Yeah.
All right.
Hi everyone, I'm Sheila. I work with CryptSense. So in case you are looking for on-ramping and off-ramping services, we offer that. And we also offer services that are really related to digital assets management, any service that also applies to regulators. We partner with them. We do training to bankers. We offer training to bankers, and we also partner with all institutions in Web3 as long as they are signatories.
Awesome. Thank you, Sheila. Very fast. Okay, the next 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Haron Mwangi. First I want to thank Chasing Mavericks for hosting such an amazing event. I hope we'll have more of this. I work at Imago Academy. We're a global learning solutions company. We focus mostly on training universities, working professionals and companies on blockchain from whatever level, from zero to master. We have programs for non-technical and technical people. If you're interested, you can reach me right here.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Haron from Imago Africa.
Hi everyone, my name is Sherry. I am one of the founders of Kenya NFT Club. My ask is that one, we create a more inclusive ecosystem for us artists to penetrate into tech, and by collaborating with anyone, anything art related, even if it's just talking like holistic spaces, buy our NFTs from artists in our communities. You can hire artists for all your creative needs. Also, if you need that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sherry from Kenya NFT Club. All right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jordan.
My name is Jordan Muthemba. I'm a co-founder for ICP Kushite. I have an offer for developers in the house. If you finish up the ICP course at Decade, you earn 20 ICP. That is good money. And once you've done that course, if you want to build on ICP, you can become an innovator in residence, and your product can be helped to be pushed up to the MVP stage and then into the market. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want 2 more people. I think this side, then we should be done.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is David Otieno. Currently, I work as the marketing business developer for Socrates. So basically, Socrates is a Web3 social media app that rewards content creators for their content. So we are looking to work with influencers and ambassadors to onboard users. So we are yet to launch on the 11th of August. So any influencer or ambassador that is willing to work with us, you can see me here.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Lastly,
Hi. So, I'm an unemployed pharmacy student graduate. I don't have any affiliation, I'm sorry. I'm also an artist. I recently got into NFTs, so my ask is for anyone who is offering guidance in the whole Kenya blockchain and the cryptocurrency area, and what I can offer as an artist is my concept. So if you want to partner with me in terms of collaboration, in terms of creating content, you want to enter the digital art space, yes, you can find me, or you can find my Instagram, Nels Picasa.
your Instagram is what?
Nels Picasa, that's my alias. But yeah, if you want to find me personally, I'm around.
All right. Lastly,
hello everyone. I'm Chantal, a community moderator, community manager. I'm offering my services to manage your community. So follow me on LinkedIn at Chantal Justine.
All right, all right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. I think it has been 2 days of great learning and networking, right? Especially for those of us who've been here from yesterday. As we close the Kenya Blockchain and Crypto Conference, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the support of our sponsors, ICP East Africa Hub, Mara Foundation, and Kotani Pay, as well as our exhibitor, Binisu.
We also have partners like the Emargo Africa, Helamani, Blockchain Association of Kenya, and Sharia Online. Thank you so much for being part of this conference. This conference was organized by Chasing Mavericks. And of course, lastly, I cannot forget to thank the audience, right? You guys have been here since yesterday. I know between yesterday and today, there are a lot of competing events going on in the ecosystem. But thank you for staying on until this time. And at this juncture, it is important and it's the time to call this conference to a close, right? All right, so as I close, probably we can do a round of applause for ourselves who've been here, the sponsors, the exhibitors, the partners, and you, the participants. From the Chasing Mavericks team, I say thank you very much, and let's hope to see each other next year again in this conference as we plan to make it bigger and make the ecosystem stronger. There is a networking session. Please feel free. We have some snacks. We have some Del Monte there and water. Take care of yourselves. Remember, do not drink and drive. Have a lovely evening, and until we meet again, take care of yourselves. Bye. Oh, lastly, a group photo. Okay, even as we take a group photo, there is a code for photos. If you want to scan, you can get all the photos since yesterday. You can be able to access them through that. But please, let's come in front for a group photo as we close. Let's come in front for a group photo. Let's take a group photo, then we can scan for the rest of the photos on the link. Take this photo